some great work. We're going to continue to look at some great work. I'm Linda Epstein. I'm the chair. I'm a senior photo editor at the State Department in Global Public Affairs.
Good morning. I'm Kathleen Curtis, Director of Photography at Buffalo News. Prior to that, I was with AOL Time Warner, and the rest is ancient history.
Good morning. I'm Carl Philip Schuss. I'm a Miami Herald senior photojournalist and founder of Iris Photo Collective.
I'm Jade Snow-Joachim. I'm the Director of Photography at Politico. Prior to that, I was at the New York Times and Washington Post.
I'm Scott Strazzanti, born and raised in Chicago, and now I'm a San Francisco soul stealer.
Changed that up from yesterday.
I did.
Hi, I'm Jessica Evans. I'm a junior political science and journalism double major with a minor in law at UVA.
Hi, I'm Cassidy Hedesheimer. I'm a third-year journalism major with a sports media certificate here at UGA.
Hi, I'm Mackenzie. I'm a third-year journalism major, minoring in sociology.
All right.
Welcome, Mackenzie.
Yeah, Mackenzie, you're going to learn. Jessica and Cassie already know that this is the best room. These guys know their stuff. Guys and gals know their stuff. And we're going to start again today.
I'm impressed with a double major and a minor in law.
That's a lot. But
That's a lot.
Take advantage of it while you can.
That's true.
Okay, I'll give you some numbers, don't I? You would like to know.
Well, we have only one story left, and then the portfolios, right? Or do we have
Correct.
more than that?
No, that's what you've got. Breaking news story. There are 19 stories that you are going to be looking at.
Picture story from a spontaneous or breaking news event. The entry must contain up to 12 images, may contain up to 12 images. Within the caption block, the first image must include a short overall story description up to 100
Words. Yes, next year, please keep it under 100 words, because when it's 497, we kind of give up after 100.
All right. You want me to go and do the same thing as yesterday? Couple,
Yes,
couple
please.
sentences? All right.
Oh, no.
I traveled to eastern Ukraine for the first time in the beginning of January 2022 to cover an environmental story for 2 weeks. I instead found myself covering daily life in the trenches of Donbas for The Wire. On January 2022, a staggering ISIS attack to Gwarian prison in the northeastern Syrian town of al-Hasaka revealed the enduring strength of the group and triggered the longest and deadliest battle with ISIS since its so-called caliphate in Syria and Iraq was defeated nearly 3 years ago. I traveled to Ukraine on February 14, 2022 on an assignment for the New York Times as Russia amassed roughly 100,000 troops at Ukraine's borders. 10 days later, on February 24th, Russia invaded Ukraine under the pretense of a special military operation, which resulted in a full-scale invasion. When Ukraine was invaded on the morning of February 24, 2002, the Russians expected a swift victory. After months of intense fighting across the country's vast territory, on the streets of its cities, and across the flat plains of the countryside, casualties are mounting on both sides, and the two countries have settled into a grinding war with no end in sight. November 2013, President Viktor Yanukovych declared that Ukraine would abandon an agreement with the EU and instead work for closer ties with Russia. Students and other inhabitants of Kyiv started to gather in Maidan Square to protest.
It's going to be hard.
Mm-hmm.
In the beginning of 2022, the gaze of the world was fixed upon Ukraine. The ominous buildup of Russian troops and material on the country's borders had been mounting for months, throughout which most of the international community had traded threats and accusations with Moscow. The escalating tension between Russia and Ukraine finally blew up in the early morning of February 24, 2022, after almost 8 years of war in the Donbas region, with the entry of the Russian army into the Ukrainian territory. And their description there.
That's Ukraine.
Looks like, yeah. Oop, gosh. That was. Alright. Thousands of asylum seekers from Latin America arrive and try to cross the border in order to seek asylum in Ciudad Juarez.
Voted twice.
However, under Title 42, they are quickly returned to Mexico.
The same image twice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure is. I wonder if that's a
We'll just judge it once.
result of picture.
Hurricane Ian, a Category 4 storm, slammed the Gulf Coast of Florida, leaving a devastating trail of destruction and massive flooding to coastal communities like Fort Myers Beach before making its way up the eastern seaboard. The ghostly sight of hands and legs protrude from the earth as investigators begin the grim task of exhuming bodies from a mass grave behind the Church of St. Andrew and All Saints while assessing evidence of war crimes in Bucha, Ukraine on April 8, 2022. When the war started, I got down on my knees and told the animals I'm sorry. They don't understand, said Svitlana, vice director. Staff and volunteers make heroic efforts during the Russian invasion to evacuate animals from the zoo that had been shelled repeatedly. On February 24, 2022, Russian President Vladimir Putin announced a special military operation invaded Ukraine, which had since caused tens of thousands of deaths and created the largest refugee crisis in Europe since the Second World War. As the Russians crossed the border, attacks began around the country, and the capital was the key prize being sought. Shells landed indiscriminately as the civilian population learned to fight. The series chronicles the ongoing war in Ukraine and its toll on the Ukrainian people. On February 24th, 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine in a major escalation of the Russo-Ukrainian war. And then this is the same description, different images, or similar description. The siege of Mariupol was a military action in Ukraine during the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine, when forces from Russia and the separatist Donetsk People's Republic engaged Ukrainian forces in the city of Mariupol. Also, I apologize if I'm butchering this pronunciation. Haiti has been gripped by inflation, causing rising flood and fuel prices and exacerbating protests that have brought society to the breaking point. Daily life in Haiti began to spin out of control last month, just hours after the prime minister said fuel subsidies would be eliminated, causing prices to double. A deadly tornado ripped through Gaylord, Michigan on Friday, May 20th, leaving a close-knit city of about 4,200 people begin to pick up the pieces together. The following morning, in the wake of devastation, droves of neighbors began volunteering while those whose homes were torn asunder searched for precious heirlooms while attempting to make sense of the havoc that ravaged their beloved small town. All right, that is all 19.
We have a lot of Ukraine.
We have a lot.
of Ukraine.
Got our work cut out for us.
We'll
Alright.
do them dark and
Yeah.
just go through them all.
It's nice.
Mm-hmm.
This is the next one.
This is the cereal one.
Is this?
You see this already?
Yeah, I was about to say, is this the same?
No.
No, it's not, it's
It's a
someone's
different
right,
one.
this different one.
Different.
What's the first
No,
one?
it's,
No,
No,
the
it's a
first one
different
is
one.
very similar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
similar.
I was like, look at it, it's like almost the exact
oh
same
yeah, the
frames.
first, yeah, the
Mhm.
first two frames
They
are
were
the same,
traveling in
similar.
Yeah, they might travel together.
Yeah.
They must edit together too. Kathleen, I think you're right, it's maybe picture that's duplicating images,
I think it is.
because there's two the same in this one.
This is the one that had the duplicate.
No, oh, is this it? Oh, it's just
Yeah.
different grid. Like 2 stories.
I was just
Where
gonna
the
say
animals
that.
go.
Yeah.
That's all 19.
Oh, nothing like a little death and destruction to wake you up in the morning, huh?
I think something needs to be said. Covering breaking news is probably the most difficult thing to cover. And as we judge these images, if people out there watching us judging, please understand that we're only judging based on what's in front of us. We respect every photographer's courage. We respect their dedication. And we know it's not easy. So by the very fact that you go out and cover these things, thank you.
Well said, Carl.
Really well said.
Now we can begin.
Okay, so,
Good stuff.
why don't we're gonna do 2 ins, and we'll look through them as a grid to begin with, and you can say in or out, and if you wanna keep it to the next round, we can. Let's go through a cursory the first,
Breaking news story.
okay?
Mm-hmm.
In.
In. Out.
Out.
Yeah.
Okay, 3 outs.
In.
In.
Yes. In.
Oh.
Out.
Out.
Wait, sorry, that's star.
That's in.
No, sorry.
It's okay. Take your
I'm-
time.
Okay, take your time.
The stars are all.
Start
They're
with
all
one.
being starred.
start again if you need
The
to.
stars are not aligned.
Yeah. Okay. There's a star. That's
Yeah.
That one's
out.
out.
Okay, this
That
one
one's
is in. Okay, here we go.
That one's out for
Out.
me.
Out.
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 Out. Out.
Out.
Out.
Out.
Out.
Out.
Out.
Out.
Out.
Out.
Out.
Out.
In.
2 ins,
Out.
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 3 outs.
Out.
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 3 outs.
Out.
Out.
3 out.
In.
In.
Okay.
Out.
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 Hang on, that was only 2.
I'm in.
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 It's a really unfortunate year for non-Ukrainian stories to be entered in Spot News Story because
Yeah.
they just can't compare, you know, it's so hard.
Well, the reason why I outed the storm because there was no immediacy, it's more aftermath.
Right, right.
And if I'm going to compete with images that people are in the moment, then I have to reward that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought there were some really nice frames.
They were nice frames,
Yeah,
beautiful frames.
yeah.
But I just thought that if we're gonna judge breaking news, we need that tension. We
Mhm.
need that, I hate to say this, we need a sense of being at
In it.
risk.
Yeah, and you could, like in most of the stories that we voted out, you could tell the photographer just wasn't close enough, you know, and it's
Right.
hard for me, sitting in my couch, just, say, hey, you should be
Right.
closer, but there were photographers that got closer.
And that's what
you know,
we
yeah,
judge, right?
Yeah, and that the immediacy of the images is what, separates them here. There was one story, I think on the hurricane, where the photographer just never got close to anyone.
Right.
Right.
And it's like, it was more of like, the people were just visual elements, they weren't,
I thought
so.
the Haiti one was.
Yeah, that was close, yeah.
It was close,
Yeah.
but it was a lot
A
of
little
repetition.
all over the place.
Yeah.
And all over the place. There was no focus
And it was also a lot of autofocus images where the subject was smack in the
in
middle.
the middle.
Like
Mhm.
almost for every single one of them. But yeah, like I just,
What does that leave us with?
5.
yeah, well, I know the tornado is gonna be the one that's gonna be out, so I just, it was in for me just
But it's
because,
good to,
yeah,
No, I'm glad you brought it up.
yeah.
it should, you should give everything the
Mhm.
second look that they deserve.
All right. Let's where it gets tough.
Should we look at it as a grid?
Want to try looking at a grid one more time?
This one I really liked because that ending photo was the first one I've seen where a photographer documented something outside of like just the shit basically, you know, and because yes, Ukraine is being bombed, but it wasn't being bombed everywhere all the time. There were moments where
Of life.
and this was like really that ender is really the only photo almost in all of these that showed a little bit of, you know, daily life and people just going on, you know, in this horrible situation. And so that for me really elevated this story. Was, you know, all the other images are fantastic too. The third one is really evocative, and you know, it's, you know, the photographer's moving around the scene, seeing really well, but you know, I just, to kind of have a little release at the end a little bit, you know, really helps.
There's a lot of balance in this set of images. So, you know, one of the things that I think as storytellers that we need to, even in darkest places, we need to find light.
Help.
Yeah, and I think this photographer understood that, you know, what are they fighting for? Just to be having a daily life, and to extract that sense that you could, even in health, you could find some comfort. And I have to agree with you, Scott, and that is a wonderful image.
Let's go to the next one. Thank you.
And the anguish on that, the train photo, the last one on the top row. Just,
Yeah, and the second photo, I mean, the picture right next to it.
oh yes.
It's like, it's iconic.
Yeah,
And
this
again,
is,
though, like the last one, like you said, those moments of levity, right? Like the way that the flag is perfectly like
yeah,
framing the building,
yeah.
and they're getting out. It's almost like a joyous moment.
Next one, please.
Again, you know, this doesn't have what the other two have, you know,
Have the immediacy.
the immediacy, and I get it. You know, it is breaking news when they say they're going to exhume bodies out of a grave for a war crime tribunal. I get that. So in that sense,
Right.
it's happening and it's dire, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't have those elements that were in the two previous stories.
It's also a little like there's 3 frames from the same scene: the first, the third, and the fourth. It's less comprehensive of the entire war.
But it's a really good story.
Well, yeah,
Oh, yes.
but if for a photographer to have,
Stay with the
have this to
story.
be their one day shoot, it's like they covered every angle of this, and you know, and then pulled the drone out too.
Next one, please.
This one for me doesn't have the kind of visual sophistication of some of the other ones, but it's just like really raw and just punches you in the gut, you know. And I think the second photo that we had around in the singles for a little bit, but then we voted it out, it really works well in the story context. It just really adds that, you know, panic and, you know,
Urgency.
so yeah, urgency, exactly. That's the word I was looking for.
I think people who are watching this kind of know where we're going to go next. Right?
Next one, please.
And same.
Yeah, kudos to the photographer for
Kudos to the
Yeah, there's a
you know,
lot
getting
of
out
really
there.
nice images.
That
in
second to
there.
that last photo, if that was in one of the single categories, I think that might have hung around for a little bit. You know, that's a really, you know, just heartbreaking frame.
I think we should take the risk of putting something that's really strong, you think strong, in your photo stories into a single category,
Yes.
because you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, but we also don't know, it might have been in
It might have
singles,
been.
and
Yeah.
we didn't
It
get
might
a
have
chance
been.
to see
Yeah.
it.
I think
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
put that third one was in a single.
Right,
Yeah,
right,
the
right,
third
right,
one
right.
was in a single.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, but the photo of the mom and the daughter on the couch is
Yeah.
really
Yeah, it's very
great.
tender.
You know, so, but yeah, really nice job
Next to
here,
each
but,
other too long.
so I'm okay with losing the tornado with an applause to the photographer's effort.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are we all in agreement? Okay.
Yes.
You'll remove that last one, which you have.
So
Yes,
let's go for first.
Sorry, I don't want to be too quick.
You're totally on it.
I gotta
Okay.
look at them again.
All right,
I don't know if
Yeah.
I mean, can we flip through them real fast?
sure.
And you can look through real slow,
Yeah, take your time.
what you need.
I agree with you on the level of sophistication on this one. I feel like the third and the second one, I mean, the second one on the bottom row shows that like urgency, that moment of impact, that true breaking news moment, but I feel like there's a couple of weaker
Yeah,
frames in this
that
one.
third photo is,
I get what he was trying to show, right? The
Mhm.
buses are blockading the Russian,
Mhm.
the Russian advance. And it is all based in Mariupol, which was like all under Russian control. But I kind of feel like they weaken the rest of the package.
but it definitely opened with the strongest and closed with
Yeah.
the strongest, so it definitely, yeah.
It's a
So,
good sequence.
Mm-hmm.
and that middle photo on the bottom is just,
Oh, heartbreaking.
yeah,
You can't even look to see
Yeah.
the medical work that's going on.
Next one, please.
That's all four.
Really?
Sick.
No,
Yeah.
we can't talk about more? Okay.
well, like for me, it's like the top two in this here are my top two.
I agree.
I'm not
I
sure
agree.
of what
I
it,
agree.
what,
But which is the top one?
Look at this.
yeah. I'm leaning towards this one just because of that final photo, but it's not like the other photos are not fantastic, and
Can we look at them big, the first
Oh.
two stories?
Yeah.
You have-
uh-oh,
What?
What?
look at the
Don't look.
caption. Fuck. Sorry.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Well, we didn't look at the caption, we looked at the story page. Can we just look at it big?
Sure, you don't
I
need to see
see
caption. Not my pay grade.
I mean, another one said that who they were commissioned by to shoot for it, so,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, it does not affect my judging
It
at
does not
all.
affect my judgment.
I don't,
I need to-
yeah,
It does not affect my judgment at all.
I don't think,
It's your call. It does not affect my judgment.
You have to balance the fact that there was another one that said who they were commissioned by.
yeah, like I worked for the New York Times, it was,
Photographers that are watching, please, 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 take it out of your summaries, take it off your captions. Who you worked for, who these were shot for, and your name.
yeah, so if you're, I don't know if
Please.
we've explained it, but the photographer's name is in the caption, and that's what we're reacting to.
But I made my judgment before I even knew.
Yes, yeah,
So-
yeah, we,
Yeah.
yeah,
So,
I did too.
please.
yes.
We
Okay,
narrowed
back
it
to
down.
the images.
We had narrowed it down already.
Yeah,
Just keep it at the black and
Yes,
so
please
we
keep
don't
it black.
see.
It's not necessary for you in your summaries, photographers who are entering, to say who you shot this for. It doesn't change the way the pictures look to us, whether it was put in, a major magazine or, the local paper.
What do you think's happening there?
Or even look at the
We
It's
see a
caption.
like he's
caption.
doing a push-up. At first I thought he was like getting like a
Water?
washed down,
Can we
but
see the caption on this one?
the posture is interesting.
Oh, so, okay. I guess they're just bathing.
Yeah.
So he doesn't want to touch the ground,
Right,
because he's
Maybe
clean.
there's like
Or he's
blood
clean
on
that,
it.
no, maybe he's clean on that side already.
right.
But yeah, this story definitely is a lot quieter
Yeah.
and a little more of daily life within a war context.
Yeah, there are a few quiet images.
Yeah, it starts out in the war and
Like
then,
that last one,
yeah.
I don't know if that does anything for me, the one on the first row.
hmm
The third image in the top is almost artwork.
It's
Yeah.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
So beautiful. And poetic.
Mhm.
And the fifth one also, I don't know. Doesn't,
Did we see the next one?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It just shows the scale of
Mhm.
the destruction. And that's something we
And we
haven't
haven't
seen
seen.
anywhere else,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
More the tactical, like behind the scenes with
Mhm.
the military kind of.
Mhm. Mhm.
There's English too. Can we read that caption?
Torture chamber.
Torture chamber.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards this one for first, but
I think I'm leaning towards this one for first.
I am too.
Same.
Do we want to look at the third one again?
Nope, not me, I don't need it.
for me, the third
I
one
wouldn't
is.
put it, it would not be my first, for sure. Can we
No.
look at it afterward? Like, can we decide first and look
Yeah,
at
yeah,
it before
yeah,
we
yeah,
assign the
yeah,
rest of the
yeah,
places?
Okay, so my vote for first is the second one.
Same.
Same.
Okay.
First is the second one.
And then the first one is the second one for me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
This is my honorable mention.
Me too.
Can we look at them big,
Hmm?
please?
Only because it, like you said, doesn't have the same urgency as the others.
But I get it, I get the breaking news part of
I
it.
do too.
Yeah, it's kind of like the other three are the main story, and this is the sidebar.
Right,
You know?
right.
It's like super, it's like,
Not
it's
just-
part of the war, but it's not, the
Every
other ones are a
image is
little more
beautiful,
encompassing.
Yeah.
Beautifully composed.
Yeah.
The bird at the
Mm-hmm.
coming in from the top.
And the pile of body bags there.
Mhm.
Yeah. This is just amazing,
I mean, as a story, he really, or she really focuses on that angle of the death.
City.
Without
I
it being
love that
like-
body language in the city bag.
Yeah, without
Yeah.
it being overly gratuitous, like it could have really
Mhm.
been,
Over the top with it?
Yeah, like
it
there
could
was
have been
one-
showing
yeah.
just bodies and as opposed to like, yes, you have the Jesus one, but other than that, it's not.
Yeah,
That's
there's
a
a
nice
couple
photo.
other
That's nice, too.
photos in this contest that, like just
Little too
bodies
much.
in like the back of a truck. It
Truck.
just did seem to be a little disrespectful in that, just a little too much.
You could apply it without having to.
Yeah. Yeah, this one for me is the honorable mention also, or award of excellence. Because I think the immediacy of the other one
Yeah,
just is so powerful. This one, yeah.
this one and the next one,
Mm-hmm.
This one.
that
You can
mother's face.
Feel the emotion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see the smoldering in the
Yeah,
background.
it's informational,
Yeah.
you know.
It's a breaking news photo.
Mhm. That's really nice.
Beautiful. Like we had this
Yeah, that was
in
in for a
singles
while,
for a
yeah.
while.
Yeah. I'd clean up the right too, Carl.
Yeah.
It's-
Ugh.
Oh, that one. And that one.
Like any other year, this is first place, If this, or if those other entries weren't in there, so it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
the quality of entries in this category.
I'm totally fine
Yeah,
this being
yeah,
third.
that's third for me.
Good.
Don't kill it yet.
That was a intense way to start the day.
Mm-hmm.
Right, all right.
A mental
Well
coffee.
done, you all.
Yes.
Congratulations,
News.
photographers.
Congratulations.
Amazing work.
Yeah.
Everybody
Thank
in the
you.
category.
Can we take a 5-minute back break?
Yeah.
To
Scott, I was
9:30?
thinking about you.
I don't
bro.
have to go.
Oh.
Go get a Diet Coke.
go anyways.
Yeah, I learned yesterday, to take the break when
Take
they're
a
doing
break
it.
when it's needed.
All right, am I done to get more coffee? Might be.
No, no.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
Break, students, you break. Jessica, Kenzie, Cassidy, stand up. Let that circulation go, 5 minutes. Y'all are fantastic. You're gonna see this group, Mackenzie.
be in this business.
Yeah, but are we on live stream? Okay, it was surprising to me that Lindsay put New York Times in there, like she has to like somehow
Let
like
people know.
celebrate or like, yeah,
she
it's like, that
doesn't
seemed
know by
really
now?
weird.
Yeah,
Like
that
that's-
sort of struck me.
Yeah, and like it wasn't like just one time, it was in there
No.
several times.
I mean, first of all, everybody knows the picture by now, so
Yeah.
you
Well,
can
that's what we were
identify the
saying,
story.
Even with the name, we all know.
We all know
Yeah.
all three of those people.
Yes.
Yeah,
If we're here at this table, we
Yeah.
need to know.
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
We've seen those.
yeah,
We've talked about them.
I mean, and that's not that you've entered that story to other contests, and I'm sure you didn't like have to laud you work for the New York Times.
Right.
You can't lie. or-
yeah. Yeah, I'm also against the I was here, I was there type of story
Putting
summary.
yourself
Well,
in.
yeah.
Yeah,
tell me.
oh, I didn't think you were there, I thought you just sent a drone over to
I mean,
photograph it.
you were using somebody else.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah, tell me the story. Don't tell me
Yeah.
about you being there.
yeah,
It's
Yeah,
like, is it
that's-
a little,
yeah.
what's the word? Condescending
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
to this.
Yeah, like it didn't affect our judging at all, but still,
Self-actualizing.
yeah,
It's just-
yeah.
Doesn't need to be there.
Mhm.
I was here.
Well, we're gonna
you're
see it
not.
again in Photojournalist of the Year,
I'm pretty
I
sure.
predict.
It's like at the end of every broadcast when Lester Holt goes, and I'm Lester Holt. And Mickey goes, and you're not.
I forgot where I was the other day, but Anchorman came on. It's just like that's. Just
I
like
love
so-
that.
There's so many great lines in that.
So many.
I don't know if you knew, but I'm kind of a big deal. People know me.
It's so true, though. That's what makes it so fun.
Yeah,
That was a lot to look at.
yeah. Yeah, it definitely reminds me back of my early days when I'd get the World Press books and, you know, all the Bosnian stuff. It was, you know, like those Eastern European wars, they're just so
Sarajevo.
out in the open. You know, like the Middle East is, you know, I think maybe the Middle East is a little more dangerous,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and so.
Because it's hidden.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like hidden racism.
yeah, yeah.
It's worse. It's far worse.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all notice in the next one over that their pictures move.
How is it just standing still? I think
What?
that
Their
chipped.
pictures are moving.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Look, I showed you they're moving. They have actual moving pictures. It's kind of wild.
Wow.
Are they talkies?
They're
Oh, you're
talking.
talking too.
Talkies.
I think you should go in there and just see if
I think we got jerked.
Can you-
someone is talking.
Can you slow these down a little bit?
So we can.
Everything was better in slow motion according to Dave Chappelle.
All right, so what you're gonna see up here is what we have left. What I'm gonna do is,
That's what we have left?
yeah,
Just the first 5.
just the first
Oh.
one. Not all of it, sorry.
I was gonna say, wait, we did those.
From 5 up, so what I'm gonna start with now, I'd like to do emerging first.
Oh, that's
Then
good.
I'm gonna do Cliff, then I'm gonna do sports, then we're gonna do small market, large market.
Sounds good.
Okay? Excellent, okay, so, emerging vision is what we're doing right now.
What's
This is-
going
Oh,
on?
ours are moving
See
too.
our-
Let's try that
Ask and you shall
again.
I feel like I was just caught in some sort of mind warp.
Yeah.
Emerging.
Em-
Okay, there we go.
So it's a 2-year period. It's
Oh.
a photographer who's been in the profession 2 years or less. And it's 2 years prior to the last eligible date, which would be this past December, okay? Freelancing and part-time is still professional work, so, and it's the same, entry should contain 40 images, 2 picture stories.
Oh, wait, hold
These
on.
are younger, newer in the business people.
Newer in the business.
Independent
They
photographer.
could be 60 if they just started
They
doing
just
something.
started.
Entry should
Correct.
contain up to 40, blank or black slides to
Okay.
separate content will not cross.
David Burnett is not eligible for this.
And one to 2 picture stories are required campaigning.
Let me know when y'all are.
It's been a long
That was a
time.
big bus.
I
Is
love
this,
Dave.
is this the first time this category's existed?
No.
That
No.
you do it every 2 years? Or, you're right,
We do it every year,
every year,
but,
oh.
yeah, we've, I don't remember when it's been in, but quite some time.
I guess I have not paid attention, I
Oh,
apologize.
so there's 7?
Not many.
So.
How do you
Well,
want to
there's
go
40
about
images.
doing the, just flip through them big black?
Yeah, go big black,
Okay.
I think.
How do we know when the story starts?
Well, there should be a black
It should be a
slide.
black slide.
Does it
Oh,
have to
down
be a
there.
story?
Yeah, it said it said 2 stories.
2 stories.
Okay.
So there are 7 in this category for you to look at.
Yeah,
Oh,
they've got a
actually, 1,
black
2
slide there.
at the
and a
end.
black slide.
So the 2
Yep.
stories are at the end. Yep.
But not in all of them. They can be in the order they put them.
Correct.
Makes
I
my
like
carrots
that.
very undesirable right now.
Yeah.
All right, that's all 7.
Our portfolios 1, 2, 3, 4 also?
1, 2, 3, and HM.
Okay.
Is there any language on any of them? Like
Let me see if like, what did it say for, in the caption block of the first image of the story. So like they have each of the stories have descriptions if you want to see any of them.
I'm gonna go through and vote in and out and
yeah,
read captions if we need to.
yeah.
One of the things, if we're gonna measure the portfolio, it should be the breadth of one's work,
Rather than one story.
rather than one story, or rather one, it should be an extension of what can I do, the various things I could adapt to in subject matter, and do I have an understanding how I'm communicating visually? So when I do critique, understand that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, where you see the potential versus this is exactly the portfolio, right? Are they
Right.
trying
Right,
different
right.
things? Are they
Mhm.
trying different compositions? Is it trying to seek out a story or finding those found
Right,
moments versus
right.
like this is the pristine? I totally agree. That's how I was looking at it as well.
Yeah, so
Same.
some of the decisions I might make,
Leaning into that emerging
visual,
journal-
and do
journalist.
you have the capacity of seeing outside of your comfort
grow.
zone?
Mm-hmm.
I can scroll too.
And please, when you enter these contests, get an editor to look at stuff.
Yeah, and like for this one here, like the second story, you should kind of be able to get an idea of what the story is without any words, and I'm not really
Right.
sure what the story is.
At first I thought it was a family trip to San Francisco
Right.
until that yellow thing popped up,
Yeah.
and then I kind of got lost.
Do you want to see what it is?
No.
No, that's good.
No.
I'm out on this one. Are we
I'm
ready?
in. There's a couple that I definitely was more out on. Well, we need 2 ins.
Oh, I thought.
Two ins.
Yeah, I'm out on this
Okay.
one.
Oops.
3 out.
It's just too repetitive,
Yeah,
you know.
but they need an editor.
Right, and
But I like they
Some
tried a lot of
very
different
nice
things.
There's
There's
some nice
some
images.
really
I
nice
agree with
pictures
you.
in there.
it had me at hello.
Yeah. And I
But then
think,
you said goodbye.
Yes.
yeah, and I think, you know, when you're a young photographer, sometimes you're searching for a style,
Yeah,
you know, and so this photographer is definitely like, I'm trying drone stuff, I'm really shooting
Right.
tight, I'm, you know, doing news events, I'm, you know, doing sports and just playing around with silhouettes and stuff. So it's really, I think the photographer is starting out and has a good basis, just needs to refine their vision a little bit.
Yeah, there's some gems in there.
I really like the snake bite clinic story here.
I liked it too.
Yeah.
I did too.
I did too.
Yeah, that was really well done.
I think there was some repetition in the scuba diving story. Had it been a little tighter, I think
Mhm.
it could have been stronger.
And that
And then like,
first frame in that, with the 3,
oh yeah,
that's
that's
beautiful. The color
Uh-huh.
palette is
It is
gorgeous.
really pretty.
But otherwise, I keep seeing famine porn.
Right, and that's the thing, you know, your portfolio should be a breadth of your work, right?
Or yeah, are you just
Or, I mean,
Flop.
even if you went there and you're able to extract something a little bit more different.
right?
Sports, let's say, kids playing soccer, or politics, following someone who's trying to, you know, corral the camp.
Or you can tell the famine story, but find a different way to tell
Tell
it
it.
without showing, you know, sick children
Tropes.
and yeah,
The
tropes.
visual tropes, yeah.
Mhm. I do feel though there is a really nice consistency in this portfolio. You can tell it's all the same photographer, which
Yes.
I like.
Yes, yes.
And, you know, so I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in.
This is some really strong community journalism.
Mhm.
A lot of really nice layered
A
images.
lot of nice compositions,
Yeah.
yes.
Mhm.
And getting up close with your subjects.
Right.
Not being afraid to be there.
Yeah, this photographer obviously knows how to establish access and take advantage of it.
I'm definitely a yes
Yeah.
on this one.
Yeah.
I mean,
And then when I loved this story the other day when
Me
we
too.
still did it.
Mhm.
And when I realized that it was the same photographer, I was that much more certain that I wanted it in.
I'm in.
So I have 2 in, 3 ins.
I can't vote.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out on this one.
Yeah, it looked
I'm
like
out.
one.
It was a photographer went to a protest or
Or a
2 or
protest.
3 and made them black and white.
There's a couple of standouts, but it doesn't hold my
A
attention.
couple, but
Not enough.
And if you're going to use black and white, you need to learn to tone. It's important. It's a statement that you're making, and I think it's a great statement because I'm of the black and white era, but you need to be able to tone in black and white just as good as you would in color.
And
It
what's up with
matters.
the black border?
Yeah, it's very
Yeah.
hard. Yeah.
and I think, you know, a photographer's style should kind of develop organically over time. And it seems like this photographer's kind of like, this is my style. This is my style, and this is how I'm going to shoot. You know, and it's just, there's, you know.
Seems forced.
Yeah, it does seem
yeah,
forced.
there's not a lot. I mean, you're at demonstrations, and you don't feel the tension of why they're there, who they're demonstrating for or against.
But I will say, this photographer does have no problem getting close to people, which I
No.
think is a
Yeah.
really good
Amazing.
trait.
Yeah.
So keeps getting close to people, but then kind of
Missing
wait
the
a
moment.
little bit.
Like the
Yeah.
photo of the woman in the middle, it's kind of this in-between moment that I'm not sure why she's there. Or
Mhm.
this woman on the end.
And they're actually doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Looking, I don't know why.
Looking away from
From the camera.
same direction.
Yeah, this, this could have been an 8-picture story and then work on the rest of your body
Yeah.
of work.
All right,
Yeah.
let's
All right,
move
now-
on to the next one.
The last photo story, I don't know why, I don't know nothing about that then. I don't know why she didn't care.
Yeah, the title is Fractured Family, but
Left me not,
I'm not understanding
Yeah.
what's fractured. Again, there's
Right.
not a lot of tension. And
Not-
the under the bridge photo was like, as an ender, it's like, shouldn't that be higher up? Like, is that part of the story? It just feels like, is that him?
Right.
Can
there's
we
no
see, can we
setup,
see the
right?
caption on that? Hopefully he's not dead. That's all. Oh, no, okay.
Okay, so
Yeah, the sequencing is off, but I
I
do
won't criticize the photographer
yeah, I
for
do
that.
appreciate the photographer trying to cover issues and things that
it's a
are.
very vast collection,
Mhm.
lots of different situations.
yes.
There's some nice moments in this Title 42
Mhm.
story.
Mhm.
Definitely different angles and focal lengths and
Mhm.
experimentation, and I think that's,
No, it's solid.
And some
Mhm.
found moments like that one with the little girl in Carrie Lake.
Yeah,
Like
that's
that's a
really nice.
solid
That's a solid
politics
Mhm.
photo.
Yeah.
This one with the red, with
Mhm.
the jubilation, like it could have gone toe to toe with anything that we saw in the
Mhm.
politics category.
Yeah, but
And-
once again, get an editor, because I'm not sure
Yes.
just attaching a Mark Kelly right onto the end of it is a little jarring
Well,
for
because
me.
it's meant
Yeah.
to be like he
Right,
won.
right.
And I mean, I like the title, Arizona's
Yeah.
Red Mirage. And
Mhm.
again, he has no problem getting close. But yes, an editor would definitely help.
Okay, we'll go on to, are we in or out?
and
And
Yeah, and still.
In, okay, next.
This is, so you got Ukraine, you have,
I think they went
The
to
border,
the border.
yeah.
And then a third.
oh, and then
Oh,
they
the
got
homeless encampment.
yeah. That ender in the border photo story is beautiful with the boat. And then, yeah, but then like, did they add 4 singles onto the end?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm.
Kinda,
again, turn to tone.
yeah, I'm in.
I'm
I
one in,
mean,
2 ins, next.
This is the last one.
The single should be tighter.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And this story with the home health aide, but there's some nice pictures in there.
Yeah, I think, for like the Uvalde football story, they established access, but they didn't take it far enough. They actually, these people, I mean, it seems like the football team knew that the photographer was there photographing, but, try to get into their daily lives or a little more, it just seems a little too removed, a little too,
Too much game action.
yeah,
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
maybe just stay with the team
Mm-hmm,
after the game too. And was this after the shooting? Because this photo over here has emotion, and then the hand makes you think that this
Right.
is like the first game after or game
Right.
soon after the shooting. Like, there should be more nods to that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you wanna look at the first photo of that to see what the caption says? Is it before or after?
It has to have been after because it's shooting.
Following,
Yeah.
yeah.
Spring.
Yeah.
Can you go back to the singles as a grid? I think this is a very prototypical young photographer's portfolio because, you know, the singles look like they could have been shot by 11 different photographers. You know, it just doesn't have that consistency of vision yet. And, you know, the photographers definitely putting themselves in a lot of really good places and positions.
And trying different things.
You're trying different things. It just, you know, it's still, I think this photographer's still searching for, you know, how they see the world, and, you know, they're definitely off to a good start, but it just doesn't have the consistency that some of the other portfolios have. And also, like that second story, when you have someone, or the first story, when you have someone wearing purple in every single photo, it just kind of gives this you know, subconscious feeling this photographer spent 2 hours with this person, you know.
Right.
You know, it could be this woman wears that every single day, but try to at least find a way to, you know, where they're not wearing the same thing in every single photo.
Well,
That's her
the
scrub
woman
photo.
that she's taking care of is also wearing the same blouse.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And 3 different photos.
Yeah.
The last one, she's wearing a different blouse, but yes, that's a
Right.
even like her holding the blanket up across her purple scrubs kind of makes
Mhm.
it feel like it's a different day.
Mm-hmm. I'm out on this one.
Yeah, I'm out of this one.
Mine as well.
Okay, 3 outs. You're down to 4.
Yep, and I can flip through it. These are the 4.
I'm going to take myself out of this conversation
Okay.
entirely because
Well, unless we place the portfolio of a conflict with, then you can talk again.
I'm just going to let you all.
Okay.
I agree with the 4. I'm going to stay out.
For me, it's between number 2 and number 4 as first place.
My hesitation with number 4 is this photographer has gone to places where it's a little bit more obvious where there are photos, right? You're in Ukraine, you're at the border, you go to a homeless encampment, like there's not, you don't see a lot of joy. Like, is that what this photographer thinks, that they have to kind of make all photos that are down and out? I'm not saying it's easy to make photos in these places, but there's fewer kind of found moments. Not that I don't want to reward him or her. I'm just taking it into consideration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely 2 different approaches to a portfolio. One is I'm going to cover a community or my community, and I'm going to show everyday people, or I want to be a news photographer and I'm going to follow the news. You know, so it's definitely 2 separate approaches to a career. Can we see the other one, please? Yeah, it's like, you know, this one is miles above the other one, I think. You're right. It just,
This diversity in
Yeah.
experiences, right? Because
Mhm.
if you're gonna cover something or be somewhere for a long time, you know,
You have to find a different way to tell the story than what's kind of right in front of you.
yeah, you have to react less and see more.
yeah.
And this photographer clearly has no problem embedding themselves, endearing themselves to their subjects, kind of has that fly on the wall ability and making their subjects comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of really nice composition. Like you see this photographer's kind of style.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and this is just my personal aesthetic, but my one critique is, me personally, I don't like that wide of a lens in every situation. I think this photographer's done a really good job of using it, but I think I would like to see him or her, try to not be shooting with a 20 or a 24 in every single photo. I know there are a couple of tight shots here, but in general, the singles
That's
are
fair.
all like really
Yeah.
busy, and and some of them work really, really well. So it's just, I think it would be nice to kind of maybe see a little more,
Scale,
yeah,
varieties.
but it's still stellar work.
What were the other two? Oh, the photographer from Africa,
Mhm.
in Africa. And what, can you show me just the third one, just the contact sheet?
Mm.
I think that prior photographer is probably my first choice.
Mm-hmm. This is the award of excellence for me. I don't know about you all.
Back to the grid, please.
Back to the. All right, so out of these four, which stands out? Which rise above the rest? Out of
I
these
think
four?
For
the
me,
second
it's
one.
number 2.
Let me see the grid for number 2 one more time, please. I think number 2 is really trying to understand the subject and really trying to have me understand what they're seeing, as opposed to the other ones. I'm kind of watching what he saw or she saw.
Mm-hmm.
So I could get around number 2 being with y'all
First place.
in the
Okay.
first place.
I'm in on that.
Yeah, I made really good points. It kind of brought me around. Thank you.
So,
Well,
how do you feel? What do you
yeah.
guys feel about Africa versus the
I can
black
now
and white?
chime
Okay,
in that if
Africa
you're set
versus the black
on
and
that,
white
I can now
portfolio.
chime in.
You can chime in now?
You can
yeah,
chime
I
in
think
now.
I think we're set on that one,
Okay.
being
Yeah.
in that
I
position.
didn't want to be perceived as I was talking you out of something or into something, so now I can talk when we get to the
So,
2, 3, and 4.
so,
Can we see the grid on the first one? What I liked about this one is that it's very different scenes from a place that looks similar to us because we're not there. So we're not looking at downtown Miami or DC or New York. But yet, I feel like the photographer has taken us to many different places, from the snake guy to the famine. And I agree with Jade Snow that it should have had more variety, not just babies. It's not just babies, but
Yeah, because like the famine is affecting everyone. And that photo of the 3 women wearing the, with the matching the brick color,
yeah.
can tell the story of the people of Somalia without, showing like the boy in the bed.
I agree.
which you see,
Yes.
I mean, similar. I mean, these 3 images are all saying the same thing. The boy in the bed, the one next to it to the left.
And the little boy
It's-
over here.
It's the same thing.
Because even the people in famine still have joy in their lives. They don't, it is a miserable way of life, but it's their way of life, so they find ways to find joy like we all do, and
Like the girl taking the selfie in Ukraine.
right,
Right.
and so,
It's almost like gratuitous, right? We know what famine photo looks like. Like, I mean, I even applaud like the through the
Area-
window,
I
right?
do too. I
Showing
think
like
that's a really
how
interesting
landlocked it
way.
is. There's no
Yeah.
water anywhere,
Yeah.
right? It's a different way into it without going for the obvious.
But, but also the snake story is really well shot.
Yeah. As well.
Yeah, I don't want to discount it for that because there's even, photographers who have been doing this for years and years and years who
And they
still
do that.
lean into that,
Yeah.
right? And these other
And I
two
think
stories
when you're
are
there,
good.
it's hard not to shoot the babies.
Yeah,
'cause
probably when
they're
you
so-
see it, you just feel
Yeah.
so viscerally about
Yeah.
it. It's probably that much more horrifying when you're there in
In
person, and
person,
you
yeah.
just
Right.
you feel so much stronger
But
about
that's
it.
when you try to find an editor or a friend or someone who can say, this is the thing.
Mhm.
And you have to understand the pictures are not just visual. They're like sentences, they're like paragraphs, they're like a word.
Mhm.
And it's a form of communication. So if I'm only seeing and not feeling, then it's just gratuitous.
Mhm.
I like the kid on the horse photo. I like the framing.
Mm-hmm. So you think this should be second or third?
Do you want to look at the black and white series again? Or do you feel that the Africa series is
My feeling when I saw this was, and I don't wanna say being in Ukraine is easy, cause it certainly isn't, and the people who go and cover it are certainly brave. But there are a lot of images there that being there, you can make the image.
that's kind of what I was saying.
So
That
yes.
and on the border, and it's a little bit more obvious.
Yeah,
And there's so much destruction, there's so much that, you can find your little pocket.
I'd like to see more of, even in the Ukraine or at the border, everyday life.
Can you scroll down a little bit?
There's singles, there's
I like
only
the one
4
over on the
singles.
far left with the 2 homes, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw those 2 boys in front of that, on this far right, we saw those 2 boys standing in a portrait series, in our portrait, just looking at the camera. So it was an interesting take on that, I thought.
It seemed a lot very distant to me.
Yeah,
You know.
even the homeless encampment story, I don't,
Can we see a caption on the homeless encampment, if there is one?
again, is it kind of gratuitous?
It is.
Is
I
it like,
agree.
I actually like that frame.
Mhm.
I mean, if we have more frames like this,
well, if you're telling the story of these people, not just, while they're getting high or
right.
that, what is all that stuff on the left side of the frame? Like, if you're making a portrait of this man and his child, make a deliberate portrait, right?
Right, right. There's no, I keep it to myself. Being a person of color, I get really, really tired of being an object of someone's attention.
I can see why you would feel that way. I mean, that's what it feels like. It feels like
Over and over.
I'm like a spectacle.
Yeah, I'm an
I
object.
feel like I wanna
It's-
look away, like, when you're in someone's community, you speak to them with respect.
If you want
This
to
just
tell
feels
the
like a-
story from the homeless encampment, follow 1 or 2 people stay with them for a day, a week, go back repeatedly, give me their story during multiple times a day, not just
I want to know more
snapshots
about
of
the
what's
guy in the
happening
tent.
just because
Yeah.
Well, I think,
he's cracked out,
I don't-
you know?
yeah, I don't wanna specifically make up things about this photographer, so I'm just gonna talk in more generalities and about myself. When I started in my career, my exposure to photojournalism was the World Press and POI books, and I thought that when I saw the winners from the past year, that is what I had to specifically go out and shoot. And I feel sometimes young photographers feel, I cannot be noticed unless I go to Ukraine, or if I go to the border, or if I shoot for the homeless. You know, I want to be a professional news photographer, so I need to go do what these professional news photographers are doing. And I think sometimes, you know, they don't have, you know, in general, the realization that you're better off not chasing what other people are doing, but kind of leading the way and doing what interests you, and finding stories that no one else is doing, and doing those really well. So, you know, I don't want to make any assumption on this
Right.
photographer,
Right.
but I think in general, it is the type of portfolio that seems like, I want to be a news photographer, so I'm going to go out to where all the other news photographers are. And I think hopefully this photographer will, you know, get to a point where they'll be comfortable in their own vision and feel that they don't have to chase things, that they can kind of let them come more naturally.
I think that's a really great point, because this photographer does have a lot of really strong frames
Yes, he does.
in
Or
in
he
here.
or she does.
And even a couple of the singles I'm a little mixed on. There's like one or two. I wish I had seen more singles.
Mhm. And again,
That border crossing, the last image is just
Yeah.
so
Yes.
beautiful.
yeah, it is
Mhm.
beautiful. It's about retelling people's story, not building a portfolio.
Okay, can we go back and decide second, third?
I would like to nominate Africa for second, the African photographer.
I
agree.
second your nomination.
Okay,
I third your nomination.
all right.
As well.
And the black and white for third
Yes.
is my opinion.
Yep. I agree.
Yes, agree.
Okay, and so we have it as this, let me take a picture. You're in here. Okay,
It's refreshing to see such good work.
It is,
work
It
yeah.
really is.
I mean, knowing that these photographers have only been working for 2 years professionally.
Or less.
Or
Yeah.
less.
If you saw my emerging portfolio, everyone would be a kid photo, and a bunch of silhouettes and reflections.
I'd love to see
And
these
up-
photographers again in
Yeah.
5 years, or learn who they are to kind of follow their career.
Or I'm gonna shoot a
You'll learn.
reflection in a puddle, and I'm gonna turn it upside
I have
down.
a name up
What
there.
do you think of that?
Oh, we will find out who the photographers are?
Eventually. It may-
Oh, right, so you're
Someday-
gonna have to
someday.
announce.
We're gonna
Someday.
announce it, and then it'll be
Yeah.
on the site, and you'll see it then. I can't say it's gonna be in the next hour, but it will be, you'll have it shortly.
Well, to all of them, really great work.
Yeah,
Oh my
keep
gosh,
up the
yes,
great work.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
it's, I want to see it in 2 years and
Yeah.
3 years.
My first portfolio in the Illinois Press Photographers Association, they used it as an example of what not to do.
Oh, no.
And 3 professionals that I respected and was afraid to even talk to stood there for 45 minutes and picked apart my portfolio, saying why it was bad and what should have been done better. And it was a horrifying experience, but it
You
really
volunteered
helped
your
me grow.
portfolio for
No,
this
they just
critique?
pulled it out
Oh.
during the middle of judging. And
Can we have those names?
How horrifying.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
so I don't, you know, it's like, but, you know, so, but the thing is, I guess any publicity is good publicity, I don't know. Just-
Kudos to you.
Well, if you
Yeah.
learn from.
Yeah, I did, I learned from it, yeah,
I
yeah.
think you've learned
I mean,
from
and
Yeah.
I think these photographers, right, like their portfolios would be stronger with an editor to take out a couple of frames, to maybe to do some resequencing.
Shift around some things.
Yeah, I mean, they're
And-
definitely like on the way. It's not
Yeah.
the thing to not do.
Right.
Absolutely.
I would love to go right in, unless you guys really need to take a 5-minute
No.
break, but let's do Cliff Edom now. And you've got a grand total of, I believe it's 11.
Ooh, nice.
11 Cliff Edom New America. This is what Cliff Edom is about.
Urban
In
community.
urban communities and rural towns, the spirit of diversity is celebrated and witnessed in everyday life. Our goal is to recognize photographic storytelling that focuses on communities, diverse groups, and issues in America that are often undercovered in the media. Acknowledging the genius and effectiveness of Cliff Edam's vision, approach, and passion for teaching, we ask you to contribute your entries. Cliff Edam began as an experimentation in photographic education in 1943. His purpose was to provide access to the community life of a small town and local communities for photographers so that they could hone and develop photojournalistic skills. Up to 24 images. It can be up to 4 years, but the 25% of these images must have been taken in 2021.
But that must have been, should be 2022.
2022.
And this is, any photographer can enter this.
Correct. Any photographer.
All right.
Anybody. Scott could enter this.
I could?
Cliff could enter
And
this.
it's one
Nice.
story up to 24 images.
One story.
One story.
One
24
story.
inches.
Okay.
One story.
Or
Up to 24.
Hold on one second, I'm sorry. Do we want to read the story
At least-
and look at the
Oh,
context?
right.
Or at
Yes.
least the title.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Okay. I'll do the first couple
I think the
sentences.
first line, first
Yeah.
row can tell us.
Elsie Ealer is the sole resident of Manawi, Nebraska. In the mornings, Elsie 88 opens the town's remaining business, the Manawi Tavern, which her family has run since 1971.
Yeah. Tells it.
That's what a great story idea.
I'll just kind of do this. Like black farmers across the country, the contributions of California's black farmers to the state's agricultural sector have historically received little recognition or appreciation.
What is that portrait series?
In December 2021, a string of tornadoes hit Kentucky, including an EF3 in Bowling Green and an EF4 in Mayfield and Dawson Springs, resulting in over 70 deaths. Gun violence in Rochester has been forced into a way of life, but many people are fighting back to mitigate the tragedies. Junior Reserve Officers Training Corps, JROTC programs in U.S. high schools are plagued by weak oversight and poorly trained military veteran instructors who present themselves as mentors but have allowed a persistent climate of manipulation and sexual abuse of teenage trainees.
Whoa. Sweeping generalization.
With inflation and housing costs rising at the fastest rate in a half century, economically vulnerable communities across America are struggling more than ever to secure decent housing and stable jobs. This project, Slay by Stay, follows the life of a single mother of two in New York's public housing. On May 24th, 2022, 19 children and 2 teachers were massacred in 2 adjoining classrooms at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. It took 77 minutes and the arrival of over 350 law enforcement officers before the classrooms were finally breached and the gunmen killed. From homeless to hope, evicted from their apartment after a disagreement with their landlord following burst pipes, Sean Stanford and Amanda Frazier joined a small encampment in the summer of 2022 on an island in the Kennebec River in Waterville, Maine. Kristen Stanley is learning how to be a single mother after leaving her partner and the father of her youngest daughter, Nix, due to domestic violence. The sun is setting on mid-sized farms in America as agricultural producers across the country respond to meet the most recent census of agriculture. New data is expected to confirm an unforgiving farm economy taking root. On May 24th, 2022, 19th fourth graders and 2 teachers were killed by an 18-year-old gunman inside Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. Collective grief blanketed the small conservative town located 80 miles west of San Antonio. All right, that's 11.
You go through them one by one. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
push the menu bar down?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That is all 11.
All right. I just want to understand this is correct, right? Yeah, 4 years, up to 4 years to submit. And 25% has to be done in 2022, correct?
Cassie, would you click on your categories
Yes.
tab? Up to long-term stories, up to 4 years are eligible. Doesn't have to be, but yeah.
The
Okay.
spirit of diversity is celebrated and witnessed in everyday life. Our goal is to recognize photographic storytelling that focuses on communities, diverse groups, and issues in America that are often undercovered.
Yep. Thank you for saying that.
Okay. Should I say it?
You may.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
A lot of these images that I bear witness to were shot as if they were the only person on the planet. That means the subject matter, there was no interpersonal, with a couple, there was no interpersonal relationships.
Between the photographer and the subject?
No, between the subjects
The
themselves.
subjects and the community.
And the community.
Yeah. Like the one with the bar, the last bar in Nebraska or whatever, they pitch it as like this social
I
gathering
know.
place. And there was one frame where there were 3 guys
Well,
drinking
they
beer.
also started out as, this woman is the only resident of this town, and like, she doesn't show, she's in the first photo.
Yeah.
Then there's a photo of a young man.
There's a lot of
And then there's a
landscapes.
bunch of people, and it's like, can I see the the story summary? It's like, starts out as Elsie Eilers, the sole resident of Manawi, Nebraska. Like, I thought that was the story. You know, it's like, but she, you know.
Well, I
there's-
think that's her back to us. That's
Yeah.
her in the mirror.
But it doesn't
Her
start,
cleaning
yeah.
up. Right.
But then
I
It's
mean,
not a story about either her loneliness as the only resident or about her being a business owner and finding
people
interaction.
And then it
Right.
says, one day not long from now, Elsie will be gone with no one else to take over. Manawi is likely to be wiped from the map. Like, I don't see that as the story. I see that it almost says, you know, yeah, it almost seems like a story in the bar, but that's not how it's really pitched. And also, it's very,
But it's not even a story about the bar.
right,
It's like
right.
empty seat at the bar,
Yeah, then it
the
becomes, yeah,
funeral, and the
Photos.
detailed shot of, I guess it's her husband.
right. So it almost becomes, like, it ends up being like 5 different stories.
right, there was no cohesiveness,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
There's no
exactly.
narration. You know, I'm not talking about beginning and end, but take me to a place so I can understand why I should invest my emotions to your
Mhm.
images.
Well, and the second picture makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
Can we see what the caption is on that? Half a dozen dusty
Yeah.
pickup trucks emerge from the rural expanse of, where are the pickup trucks?
Where's the,
I'm
where's
wondering-
Elsie turning on the lights and stocking
I
the
wonder
beer
if
cooler?
that image is wrong.
Yeah, well, it's definitely, you know,
I wanted to see, even before we read that caption,
Oops, sorry.
I grew up in a very small town like this. I wanted to see, because everybody comes to that place,
Right.
where are the trucks?
Well, I think that picture is probably misplaced.
But in,
the wrong
throughout the
one was
whole
uploaded.
thing,
Yeah,
where is the shot of the 2 or 3 or 4 pickup trucks or cars?
mm-hmm.
it's
Because
a lot of wide landscapes
Or if,
that don't drive the narrative forward.
or if she is operating a business in somewhat isolation, right? I want to know why.
Right, and then
Right.
also if you're gonna have your story summary, the first paragraph be all about this woman, and she's only in like 4 or 5 photos of it.
Well, and she doesn't appear.
Yeah.
I mean, she barely appears in the first one. That
Yeah.
could be anybody
And then she
walking down the
doesn't
street
show
till, like,
up
7.
again until frame 7.
And then
And then
barely,
she disappears again
and then it's back heavy
until
on
like
her.
6 frames later. And then, yeah, so anyways, it's just,
That was a story I do not think.
yeah.
All right,
You have to
so-
be careful that your story summary matches your photos, which match your captions, which this doesn't.
Again, telling stories is like words. Pick your words carefully,
Mm-hmm.
all right?
Not just your favorite picture.
And not just your favorite pictures, not pictures for pictures. Is you trying to put me in a place that I have to see myself. If I continue to see people as strangers, and I put this on myself too, I have failed. We can't make the foreign seem foreign. We have to make the foreign seem familiar. And make the familiar seem special.
Well, and have empathy for her. I don't know. There's
Yeah.
no tension to the story. Is she alone? Is she sad? Does she love?
She joyful?
Does she
Does
love
she like
owning
being
this
alone?
bar?
I don't know who she is.
There's no
Right.
emotion
Yeah,
in this
yeah,
story.
yeah, there's no arc, it's just a flat line.
Out.
Out. Sorry.
Sorry, is that 3?
Yeah, out,
Yeah.
out. And in general, for the category, it doesn't seem like much was shot outside of 2022, you know.
A lot of these, a
Yeah,
lot was not shot
yeah,
outside of
I
2020.
guess
But they
maybe
don't
for top,
have to.
I know, I don't have
We
to,
get
but
it.
I guess not, it's more of a general statement of the industry. It seems like not a lot of photographers are working on multi-year stories, you
Right.
know?
Keep going back once in a while kind
Mhm.
of idea.
I have to recuse myself from this one.
And this is the same thing, the sense of isolation. And as guys on the farm, I get it. I get he owns a farm, but does he interact with anybody else? I mean,
Like people.
the only one is the inside the little diner. And it's maybe my favorite image in this series.
Oh yeah.
The second one.
Well,
There-
because you certainly don't need that one, and then the first one in the next row with the same framing of the cowboy hat.
there is
Yeah.
no moments.
That's a moment.
Yeah.
Kathleen's right.
Out of how many?
Yeah. There's no like. Is that guy tired from working the farm? Is he
He's
sad?
waiting for his
that-
friend to come out of the diner.
Exactly. I have no
The
understanding.
other
of
one I really like
context.
is the
I love.
auction.
Yeah, I love
Because
that.
nothing
Yeah.
shows the separation.
The segregation.
Yeah. Than that.
And that I thought, this is what I need more of.
That's like a Methodist going to a Catholic church. It's just so obvious. It's so obvious.
Okay, I'm gonna use that.
You can.
I might want to change it around.
You
but
might want to change it around. But it's palpable.
But what is the story, that black farmers exist?
That's my
The
point.
story is that there's 1% left in California.
Okay,
I also really like the barn shot.
There's a
Yeah.
lot of nice images
It's a lot of
here.
nice
I'm just
images.
talking about as a story.
Does it convey that he's the 1% left?
Does it talk about 1%? Where does it say that?
It does in the second
yes,
sentence.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, I
five.
see.
Institutional
They make-
racism, loan denials, and USDA.
Make up less than 1% of California farmers.
Right. Again, you have to think, you know, you're not telling people stories, you're retelling them. That means you have to listen.
Mhm.
You have to make pictures with your ears as well as with your eyes. Don't depend on just one sense to drive your narrative. You have to feel. And a lot of this stuff feels like I'm watching something that I don't understand. You know, it's like even, you know, sometimes if you're in a foreign country and the whatever you're watching on TV is in a language you don't understand, turn down the volume and just watch. That is what I need to experience.
Can we do a vote on this?
Out.
Can you scroll up?
I like the pictures.
I do too.
Can I'm gonna say in for now, just because I want to see what we end up with.
I'm gonna say
Because
in.
All right,
there's
there
other
it is.
stories that I feel.
Really strong images.
And it is.
There
Next.
is. But I'm not learning anything.
See, like this one, again, doesn't tell the story. If you followed one family from when their home was destroyed by the tornado, through them having to live in the shelter, through, you know, whatever their transitional housing is, to whatever their situation is now,
It feels
it
more
would
like a collection.
feel more of a story. Like the marching band portrait, it feels, yes, it feels like a collection of the aftermath of these
And also-
horrific tornadoes.
And actually, if you read the project, it says the tornado hit in 2021, but then there was a flood in 2022. So they just kind of combined 2 years disaster coverage into one story.
And that's what you would need if you
Right,
found one person.
Right, so they kind of at the end try to make it be a story on climate change.
And a story on the community
Right,
rebuilding, but I don't see
But
any
there's,
of that.
yeah, there was no work done outside of just the coverage of these two
Right,
disasters. Like you said,
the
if they would
news.
have followed through, you know, on, you know, the recovery process, since obviously the tornadoes in 2021,
The
is there
rebuilding,
any,
right.
yeah, is there any rebuilding photos? Is there any like what happened, what's a year later? It just kind of stops, you know, I guess maybe the band, well, the band portrait, I guess, but that was probably right after the event too. Yeah, it just seems to be like an afterthought of, I'm gonna just put these photos together and enter them in this category instead of, you know, actually having an idea of doing a story on climate change in Kentucky. It's just an afterthought type of editing process.
Do we have in or out?
Out.
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 Okay, next.
This needed to be edited.
Badly.
I also
There's a lot
feel
of
it's
repetition.
very superficial. Like I want to get into people's lives instead of just see them at funerals.
Yeah, like these last 5 pictures seem like it's one family, right?
Mhm.
I think.
Is that the same father at the movies as the little boy looking
The
out the
gun.
window?
Yeah, it is.
And I mean, there's something there, but it's
That's a strong image.
But too much, too little, too late. Should have had a couple of those images at the top. I don't-
or just follow this family,
Yeah,
right?
but-
And
yeah.
how gun violence has affected them.
Can I see the caption and the story summary?
Which one?
The story
The
summary.
story
the
summary,
project
yeah.
description. It's just like many people are fighting back to mitigate the tragedies. I don't see the fighting back. I
No.
see the reaction to the tragedies.
And the tragedy.
And I see the, you know, the celebration of life that's been lost, but I don't see, the project description is the story I want to see, and it's not what I see. It says the community uplifting each other, hope is coming back alive. I guess there are some, you know,
But what has been
Right.
mitigated that hope is coming
Right.
alive? That is reduced? Has gun violence been reduced?
yes, I think a lot of these are just framed improperly. You know, they're not telling the story that they say they're telling. You know, this could be framed more as, you know, as just lives that are, I don't know, whatever, but.
Or a community,
Yeah.
you know, deals with loss,
Yeah,
right?
computers
Gun
struggling,
violence.
struggling.
And trying to find a way
Yeah.
to survive after,
Yeah.
you know, that, if you frame it that way, still, you don't have enough moments.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're talking about 24 images, when you're talking about even a year worth of time, you would think you have more diversity.
Mm-hmm.
And because you have that time, because you're around all the time, you'll have that relationship.
There's no intimacy.
No intimacy at all.
Or joy, because even though there's a lot of,
Celebration of life.
yeah, there's no, it just, I don't feel the interplay between what's happening and the community.
And the joy seems a little performative for the camera.
Mm.
You know, it's like I don't, you know, it's like, oh, we're being photographed. Let's, you know, I don't know. That's just an assumption which I shouldn't make, but yeah, it just,
Again, there are like 3 or 4 really, really good images.
yeah, like this where the story ends is where it should have started.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Those 3 images, I think, are the same person
Right.
as the funeral with the horses.
With
I
the-
want to know
it's
about
fine.
his life.
Yeah.
Well, right. Is he a single father of 3 children? Reynolds. He's the father of the kids
3
at the
children.
movies.
Yeah.
Right. Is
And
it? Yeah.
then the one with the gun.
The one with the gun when he's pointing at the. I mean, that's where you start.
And who's Robinson? Robinson's the one who was killed, but
I think it just said that he
Cut his
cut
He
his
used to cut
hair.
his hair.
Yeah.
Right.
Are we in
Okay.
or out?
Out.
Oh.
Next, please.
the subject matter is hard to photograph, but I didn't understand the story at all. Like, why is the last image them as ROTC? Shouldn't the story imbue the ROTC training throughout?
You would think.
And I have a problem with them saying that every junior ROTC program has been allowed to have sexual abuse of teenage trainees. You know, it seems quite sweeping. I don't think every ROTC program is, you know, because that's like junior reserve officers training corps programs at U.S. high schools are plagued by weak oversight and poorly trained military veteran instructors who present themselves as mentors but have allowed a persistent climate of manipulation and sexual abuse. Is that true? Like,
That's a
it's-
sweeping statement.
that's a lot.
that's
That's a lot to
pretty-
say.
It's pretty defamatory, too.
Yeah.
The abuse continues, I mean, but what are we seeing about these
Yeah, but yeah,
young women? Have these
I think-
women
right.
been abused? Are these women in junior ROTC?
Well,
Right,
I think
they don't-
maybe You might have to look at the caption then to
Right.
answer that. So
I think there are two, there are ROTC.
So this woman's husband, her partner, was also her instructor who pursued sexual encounters with her.
With her.
And now they're
Right,
together.
so I think at least in the project description, say this project, you know, shows the, you know, like the people who have been affected by this. They don't really kind of ever get to that point of laying out what they're going
And you
to
don't see
show.
it.
Yeah. Because honestly, when this came through, when we were looking at them, one by one, I'd forgotten what the stories was, and I couldn't figure it out until now that we got back to here and had the words. You know, it makes a little more sense to me, but
But it still doesn't make sense because the
Mhm.
story's about abuse and now she's with this guy who was charged with
I
six.
don't
No, it's
think
not
she
listed that
is.
both partners had been abused by ROTC.
Okay.
This is, yeah.
The
So the
2
both-
women have both been
This
abused
is-
by ROTC.
They just
Right.
don't identify.
so basically, it's a project
Oh.
where they went and found victims, and then they kind of did environmental portraits or spent some time with them. And so it's more of just kind of, these are the victims of the junior ROTC, so. Because there's really not any visual evidence of the ROTC part of it, is there?
No, the last frame.
Right, right.
So are these women, maybe they left the ROTC,
And that the ROTC program still exists.
persists, right? These,
Persists,
I don't
right.
think these people are pictured earlier.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a representative image.
Can we vote?
Out.
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 Okay.
I know.
Again, same problem. Same problem. I don't understand.
There's too much all over the place with her being an entrepreneur and her dance troupe, and then her and the family's struggles.
The image making is very inconsistent and just very jarring, some of the
Yeah.
transitions.
The styles are different.
Mm-hmm.
You got the really hot picture of the girl in pink, and then you have this filter on this one with the little girls in the suitcases.
Shall we vote?
Out.
Out.
Now, like, this is really comprehensive coverage of the Uvalde situation.
Yes.
It's not underreported, but it's definitely comprehensive and some amazing frames.
I think it finishes the story too, because they go to Washington
Right.
and they're
Right.
trying to
Yeah.
exact legislation.
Right.
Yeah.
It really shows
And
the
they-
community moving forward
Right.
while not forgetting.
And they
Mhm.
follow
And-
these families and they get intimate access. Like,
Yeah.
granted, there were many photographers at many of these situations, but it seems like this photographer, I could be wrong, followed them like on the trip, the bus to
Right,
Washington.
or getting a tattoo.
The end image, yes, there's some like these girls at the kitchen table, in addition to the bigger community moments.
Mhm.
The one scene
And there's some really nice frames
where
in there
they
too.
went to the state capitol for the I forget the holiday that they honor their dead, and they were marching with the flowers.
Right.
It felt purposeful that they were aware of the community's beliefs and made it a point
Point
to add that,
add
because it's important.
And the book, the detail
Yeah.
with the bullets.
Yes.
Bullets.
I mean, you say a lot without saying much.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
And the woman carrying the ashes and the sneakers and the whole community coming together. It's like, it's not so focused on one family's grief, it's the whole community's grief.
Right. They use the community as if it was one unit.
One body.
Right? One body.
I
Right.
thought this was really well done.
Me
Yeah.
too.
I did too.
And
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 again, same thing. I don't. I mean, the first couple of frames all at night.
well, then I was really confused. He gets arrested and then they're in a hotel room having snacks.
mm-hmm.
It's also,
Unless it's like
It's
a happy
two
ending,
people.
they got out
where's
of.
my community?
There is no community.
Well, they live in a tent city. We should be able to, if not see other people who live there, just
So
some scale of the problem, right? If this is a tent city of drug users or of people who, oh, what are they, homeless, right? If the story is about homeless people and how they are trying to get by, let's see the scale.
In
At
or
least
out?
in a couple of frames. Out.
I'm out.
Oh. I love this story.
In or out?
In,
In.
In.
And this one's even stronger. What was the other category it was
It was in a-
Features?
Yeah, it was
Feature
a story category. But
This
yeah.
has some nice additions in it that the
Right.
previous one didn't. The little girl in the
it
basket,
shows joy.
Yeah.
and
the hanging the
hardship
laundry, like they're
And I can't remember, I don't think the photo of her crying while painting
No,
was in there. That's
it was
really
not.
powerful.
yes.
Yeah.
Next.
Again.
Once again, this one was framed completely wrong. It
Yeah.
seems to be a story on this girl, or at least the relationship between the girl and is that her
Her
father?
grandfather.
Her grandfather, but it starts out as mid-sized farms. It's supposed to represent mid-sized
I
farms in
love
America.
that last image.
But yeah, but
I
there's
do.
some
I love
beautiful
that
photos.
image.
Yeah.
There's
But
a-
that's so late.
There's a lot of beautiful images, but the problem that we also had with it as entered in a feature story is it's just a story of this girl and her grandfather
So talk to that. That's what.
Yeah, yeah, it's
of
like,
you don't see it,
intergenerational
though.
farmers, right? Handing it down, you know,
Yeah.
where
Yeah.
the farming communities
What
are
does she
getting
do?
smaller.
Like,
What does she feel about this? Does she
Yeah.
want to become a farmer? Does she feel like she just has to because
her grandfather was.
mhm.
does she go to school? Does she have friends?
And I don't understand
The rodeos?
machinery.
Yeah,
shot.
yeah.
And-
It's like
and-
all this,
Yeah.
yeah.
I get it.
In or
Like, if
out?
you're going to give me the water slide or the bouncy house, show me her with other kids
Kids.
there.
Thank
Other
you.
farmers, or is it a community? Is it a fair? Like,
Out.
In or out?
out.
Okay, this is the other.
This is the
other.
one with the
Right.
This is the
Yeah.
one with the other muertos, that one.
There you go, thank you.
Yeah, this has some really nice frames into it. I like the huddle, the football huddle with
Yeah.
with the number
Yes.
20.
Yeah.
I was thinking they needed
I
that
wish
in
that
the, in
in
the
the
other,
story,
other
yeah.
story.
Yeah,
Right.
with the number 21.
21.
Yes,
Yeah.
like those two moments
Mm.
needed to be in the other.
There's plenty of moments in this story,
Mm-hmm.
right? There's plenty of moments. I think it could have been edited a lot
I agree.
tighter. I think the order might need a
It
little
needs
work,
sequencing, yeah.
but everything is there though.
Yeah, the graduation photo is really nice.
Yes.
In the middle of the bottom row.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like a smaller window
Yes.
Mhm.
of the community than the other
Oh,
Uvaldes.
you're right.
This one doesn't have the arc.
Smaller
That's
window.
right. But it's still,
It's
Yeah.
so powerful
yes.
and brings you into community that we've all seen a lot of Uvalde, but this makes me understand the community that it happened in.
And there's similar moments in both,
Mhm.
but the other one had it better.
That
That
top
picture
one,
there
yeah.
and the third picture from the bottom.
Yeah,
where-
they're
where-
camped out.
Camped out.
Right.
Yeah,
In or out?
I mean,
I think it's in.
It's
I'm
Yeah.
in for now.
Well,
I think the other one's
think-
stronger, but
well,
I'm
yeah,
willing to hear it out.
yeah, it's also,
talk it through.
I also feel like we don't have to say, we have two Uvalde stories, one
Oh,
has to be
yeah,
in, one
true,
has to be
that's
out.
what
No,
we
no,
were
no,
just
I
saying.
totally
Yeah.
agree. Oh, I totally agree.
Yeah.
Was that everything?
Totally agree.
That was all of them.
That's
All right.
all.
Can I just go back to the category section again?
The description?
Yeah.
Urban communities and rural towns, I think all four. Can I just see, which four do we have? We have two Uvalde, the domestic violence, and
Black farmers.
the black farmers. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So
Just
we,
making sure we
Our goal
understand.
is to recognize photographic storytelling that focuses on communities, diverse groups, and issues in America.
That are often undercovered in the media.
Yeah,
Right, so
it's
does
like,
that-
I mean, you could
so
say
does that
you-
rule out Uvalde?
No, you could say that Uvalde was overcovered,
but
but in
but
a
a
world
lot,
of drop in, shoot something, get the heck out.
right, stay for the vigils and then.
They tell us about the community that we often don't see in a mass
They had
shooting.
access.
Well, also, Uvalde would not have been covered if it wasn't for the shooting.
Right,
And that in itself is undercover.
true.
Until the problem comes to the location, nobody, you ever thought about that place?
nope,
Yeah.
The only why I bring it up just to say is that, you know, the gun coverage is not undercovered in our communities. But you've answered why you are looking at these images.
Hispanic
like this.
communities in rural Texas are.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
But I want to see a Uvalde story in 2025.
Yes.
That's what I want a photographer to do, is to not, to keep with this story.
I want to see where these children.
Mm-hmm.
Like we did with
intend-
Parkland.
Well, there
Yeah,
was
like what
one of
it-
those mini stories in the emerging vision was Sandy Hook 5 years later,
Right.
or they
Right.
followed some of those teenagers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like how did this how will this tragedy affect?
But
these
what we
kids
want
in
to
the
see in the
community.
future.
I'm just saying is
What
in
we
general.
want
I'm
to
I'm
see,
saying that
yeah.
has nothing to do with our judging.
Right.
I'm just saying is, I think the work done here is great. I just feel that this category shows that as photographers we're not making a commitment to long-term stories anymore.
Right.
There is not one story in here that I felt was over a 4-year span. I felt some of them, I don't know.
It can be up to a 4-year span.
No, I'm just
That-
saying, right, but this is, how many categories are there in major contests where you can use work
In
from
4
4
years
years?
of
Not
work.
many.
True.
And no one took advantage of that, or no one, had the work. I guess there is this, kind of need to like push everything into a contest each year. So maybe you can't, you're like, oh, I already entered that, so I can't do it
Okay,
again.
right.
But anyways, but it's just me pleading for photographers to think more long-term and to do these stories that are over time,
I
because
wish someone had done a story on a farm that.
I know, if you could do a
subdivision.
farm story that became a subdivision, that'd have been brilliant. So anyways,
Well, what you think is, okay, what rises to the top?
I think now I gotta recuse myself again.
For me,
The
I think it's the
domestic
mom.
violence.
I think it's the
The
mom.
domestic violence.
Yes.
I do too.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, speaking individually just about this story, yeah, this is, definitely underreported.
Underreported, yeah.
And the access is amazing.
But what's nice about it, she's not a victim only,
Right.
she's a victor.
She's
Right.
taking control.
Yes.
Control.
Yes.
And that is something you don't see in stories about, especially it's a sense of empowerment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's a pushback
No.
that you don't see in a lot of these type of
Yeah,
stories.
there is a lot of joy in the story.
A lot of joy, and
A lot of joy, but still suffering the
You're right.
trauma
Right.
and realizing that it is a long road and it's not as easy as just picking up and leaving.
No, it's not.
That's how much did she suffer before she finally decided to get up and go?
And how much of kids are
And-
still suffering.
The
Mhm.
little girl with the tear in her
Come
eye.
on.
Oh.
And it looks like she wants to fight it. She's not like, I'm trying to be strong, Mom.
Yep. That's exactly the.
Yeah,
feeling.
the face.
And you can't convey that in a cut line.
Yeah. Mm-mm.
You have to see it.
So we're
This would
working
be
this as number one?
my first.
Yeah.
My first, Scott.
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay, look at that.
Okay, so what's our second?
Can we look at the black farmers again? Boy, I wish I could edit this. Make it so much stronger.
I just feel like one of the Uvalde ones is a stronger story.
I agree.
I
Stronger
agree.
I
arc.
totally agree.
This is a really nice collection of images,
Yes.
and maybe if you spend 4 years with them, you know, you can find a story within there.
Except for the auction and the diner.
Which is the auction?
And the barn is nice too.
The auction right there.
Oh, yeah,
That's
yeah.
the auction.
Yeah.
Because that to me, in their little thing that they talked about is how that black farmers were often denied loans and
Right.
fair treatment at things even like auctions. That shows that to me more than any of the other images. You feel the segregation, separation.
Yeah, we don't wanna see that
Otherwise,
right
it's
there.
just very alone,
Maybe that's part of the point though.
maybe.
But there's a way to say that and put it in some type of context. Okay,
Right.
like you want to see him. Okay, how does the white farmers treat him, other than just that?
That one, exactly.
Okay.
Where do they work together?
More-
What
yeah.
happens
More
when
of
they're
his
the elevator?
interactions with the
Interaction. He has to
communities,
buy.
right?
He has to buy
It
supplies.
is a story about communities.
Right.
And
This is about one person's farm or
And
one
they have
farm.
to sell their produce. Is it at a market where there's white people who come and buy it?
Or is it just black people?
Just black people?
Or do they take it into town? Like, take us into town with you as you load up your pickup with the watermelons or whatever they're. Yeah.
I can see this at honorable mention.
I agree.
Oh, I'd like to look at that. I have a favorite on the Uvalde stories.
That's my.
I
This
favorite.
is
like
my
this
favorite.
one.
This is
Yeah.
my favorite.
Okay.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay. I would give this second place.
I would.
It's a really.
I really like it because it really shows the community moving forward and taking control and
Mhm.
trying to have their voice heard.
And I think the photography in that one's stronger than the other Uvalde story.
So you get that Uvalde story third place.
Maybe. Yeah.
I'm good with
Yeah.
that.
Let's look at the contact sheet of this last.
I think the fountain cleaning photo is a different view that you don't usually see from a memorial site. I think it's interesting.
And respecting traditions, you know exactly where it is.
Mhm.
All the information is there, right?
Yep.
And I like the joy in these and whatever's happening with those nuns. I mean, there's some intimate moments here.
Right.
For going to the football.
Yeah, and,
Mhm.
the detail shot of "I hate gun"
Yeah.
is pretty good. You know, just to kind of like what's going through the kid's head.
And the opening, you know immediately where you
Right.
are.
Where you are.
Does it feel like the Black Farmer's story, though, more speaks to the mission of the award?
Probably.
But I don't think it carries it. I don't think it delivers. I think this
Does it
delivers
give
better.
readers a glimpse, maybe not a great glimpse, at a diverse group, an underreported subject
There
matter?
have been a lot of stories about black farmers.
I just don't think it delivers.
Okay, I just wanna talk it out.
I do like it,
I do like, yeah, I just don't think it delivers to the level that does. Again, you know, what we do as photojournalists, we write with light. We have to understand that and take that seriously. Visual language is our primary language. And this is what makes art work. This is what connects us. And if we don't understand, there's a responsibility as a person who speaks or who's proficient in that language, that we have a responsibility to be as clear as possible based on what we're experiencing. And I'm not going to award a picture of someone because they picked a topic which people are not talking about. Because why am I going to listen to it if it's gibberish? It needs to be concise. It needs to be clear. I may disagree, but I need to understand the position of your subject as you retell the story.
Do you want to do just 1, 2, 3 and not a 4?
No.
I think it's honorable mention.
I think it's honorable mention. I
just
agree
don't
with
think
her.
it's third.
Okay.
The other Uvalde story third.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we good with this?
Yeah.
Are you sure you're good with this? Now I'm gonna like drag out time for 5 minutes because food will be out for lunch in 5 minutes.
Scott, bathroom?
Let's go to
So
the
here's the
bathroom.
deal, not only can you go to the bathroom, you can also have lunch.
Don't talk to me like that.
Lunch is early?
Lunch too?
Lunch is
too,
early?
they're
All at the
putting
same
it-
time?
So what do we have left? Just large and small market? Oh, and sports photography.
And sports photography.
Someone should take a picture of us in our joy.
I wanted a urinal picture of everybody, but anyway,
Okay, that's weird.
There's only 3 urinals.
Hey,
Some people have to share.
So we have lunch, so we're gonna break now, it's 11:30, can I give you, they're still putting out the food. Can we say 12:15,
yeah,
45 minutes worth?
Sounds good.
cool.
Sure.
Break.
Break. Man,
Carl,
I'm
I
inviting
don't
you
know
guys
what got
to
in you
Miami.
today, but I love all of it.
I need y'all to come down to Miami. I'm serious. I'm serious.
I'm there all the
And
time.
we fly people in. I mean, I fly Pitts in just about 3 weeks ago.
I'm there all the
Leonard
time.
Pitts.
required, which I don't know, we're back on
He's
it.
rating LA.
Two picture stories required and 12 images each. Caption block of the first image in a story includes the story description. So maybe we would like to,
Read this.
Wait, a portfolio consisting of sports-related action and/or sports feature photography created by an individual. The included images can be published during the calendar year.
yeah,
Up to 40 images.
40, and just like we looked at
At
emerging and
least
all that.
two. Oh, at least two pictures. Oh, same stuff. Okay.
Same thing, only it's sports. But I'd like to do those so that we don't get bashed. Can we read the picture story
Yes. Yeah, the captions.
caption?
Yep.
Are we live?
Yes.
All right, we have 15 of these. Oh, okay. The luge, bobsled, and skeleton are the fastest Olympic sports in the Winter Olympics. This series of images is captured at the Beijing 2022 Olympic Shrine of Speed. Athletes complete their routines at the horizontal bar with absolute precision during the men's team final artistic gymnastics horizontal bar competition on day 10 of the European Championships, Munich 2022. I'm just making sure that's not also. Before kickoff, athletes prepare themselves before the game of their lives at the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar. Alright, this one. The Vocational Equestrian Agustin Mercado Riverone School, located at the Hippodrome Camarero in Canovanas, Puerto Rico has produced some of the best jockeys in the world, but also prepares students for a wide range of equestrian jobs on a tuition-free basis. Kelsey Whitmore is the first female professional baseball player to play in an all-male pro league. She plays outfield and pitches for the Staten Island Ferry Hawks of the Atlantic League of Professional Baseball.
Is this portfolio backwards?
I was just gonna say.
Oh, yes, that does look like as right. Because I was like, that's a lot of Golden State. Okay, yes, that does
Like
make
halfway through, I was like,
sense.
"This is a story," and then
Yeah.
we start
Yeah.
the game. I
Okay.
was-
They had the parade and then they
Okay.
won the championship.
All right, we'll go
Wait, so much
backwards
about
on
the parade,
the.
they decided to play another game.
I knew what was coming.
Okay, singles. That's cute. It's nice. Okay. I don't know if they have just
I think we
one
got.
more
for
game
you.
to
I
do
think
all.
we got the gist.
okay. Do we want to run through them
Mhm.
Yes, please.
We're good, we'll go. You wanna go through again? Move forward, okay, next.
Unless it's a different presentation of it.
Just in chronological order versus reverse chron.
Mhm.
Is that
Just
just
one
one story?
Mhm.
I guess.
So
Yeah.
signals
And one story.
jumping up.
And
Okay.
one's. The 2021-2022 season was interrupted abruptly for Sweden's junior ice hockey players when their world championship was stopped halfway through due to several COVID cases in the team's squads. 7 months later, the team got the chance to play the world championship again when it restarted. The first ever Middle Eastern FIFA World Cup was played on November 20th through December 18th in Qatar. Of the 32 teams that competed in this championship, Argentina and their captain, Lionel Messi, came out victorious in the end. I'm just gonna look at this real quick to see. Okay, so they've got story, then singles, then story.
Thank you for checking that.
Yeah.
Hit the cursor of the picture.
Oh, yes, thank you. The Norwegian women's national football team experienced a year filled with ups and downs. There is a fresh energy at the start of each high school season, and it is the start of something new. The Hometown Heroes project captures the top high school football players in central Indiana away from their field and in their hometown or near their schools. Marie Harmon's love for playing sports has been as consistent as the pain she lives with. She grew up being active, playing basketball, soccer, and running track. As she got older, pain continued to plague her body. Now Harmon is a wheelchair user, but that hasn't stopped her from running a new love in hockey. The Indianapolis 500 might just be the most important holiday for Hoosiers. The population of Speedway, Indiana swells to become the second largest city in the state, while hosting the largest single-day sporting event in the world. From the oval to the infield, the energy is electric. A collection of images from the World Athletics Championships in Eugene, Oregon. A collection of images from the 2022 Winter Olympics in Beijing, China. FIFA World Cup. The best players and teams in the world descend to Doha, Qatar for one of the most iconic and visual World Cups to date. Braving extreme cold temperatures, athletes battled in the snow for a chance at Olympic glory at the Winter Olympics in Beijing, China. Athletes compete during a week of competition at Alexander Stadium to win a gold medal during the Commonwealth Games. Hard is the most listened word during a curling day competition. This is a portfolio shot during curling competition of the last Winter Olympic Games. assuming this is Ukrainian Olympic pole vaulter Yana Hadladchuk, 28, fled her native Kyiv shortly after the beginning of Russia's military invasion of Ukraine with her car, her mother cat, bags full of sports clothes, and her vaulting poles. As the popularity of the women's football game grew more interest in the last couple of years, the teams got better and the list of possible winners was long and not clear. Euros 2020 of the German women's national team. Lionel Messi of Argentina won the FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022 final match between Argentina and France with his team at Lusail Stadium on December 18, 2022, in Lusail City, Qatar. The 2022 European Athletics Championships were the 25th edition of the European Athletics Championships and were held in Munich, Germany.
Bless you.
Thank you. Laval University Rogue or football team won their 11th national championship in the last 25 years. Athletes competed for the world titles during the short track speed skating world championship in Montreal. There was bad weather during the biathlon competitions at the Winter Olympic Games 2022. The combination of high altitude, severe frost, and strong wind caused several collapses of athletes. The Winter Olympics in Beijing were accompanied by strict measures against COVID-19 and became the most controlled international sporting event ever held. The Czech Republic has a long and distinguished history of horse racing. Nowadays, there are 10 active horse race courses, and a lot of them have difficult and specific surfaces, which place demands on jockeys and horses. These obstacles can be the end for many jockeys and horses. Only the best of them finish the race. After a 33-year absence and years of petitioning, cycling's international governing body, the Union Cycliste Internationale, held the first edition of the modern Tour de France Femmes. NASCAR driver Joey Logano started out the year with an exhibition win at the LA Memorial Coliseum and finished 9 months later at the championship. Fans took to the phrase 22 in 22. All right, and last one. Since 2015, the ISA has hosted the ISA World Para Adaptive Surfing Championship, and each has been the largest international adaptive surfing world championship to date. The world's toughest foot race, covering 135 miles nonstop from Death Valley to Mount Whitney, California, the Badwater 135 is the most demanding and extreme running race offered anywhere on the planet. Sumo originated in Japan, the only country where it is practiced professionally and where it is considered the national sport, with a history spanning many centuries. And then I remember.
No, we know this.
Yes. Okay. We've seen this one. And then similar also saw this one.
We know the story.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, that is all 15.
Should be like a separate Olympics category.
I know.
I'm sorry?
There should be like a separate Olympics category.
Like,
There have been in the past, but
Because it just becomes,
and it's so repetitive. It's like,
Yeah.
there's really no sports photographers. There's a couple, there may be one or two stories there where someone tried something different, but everything is the same old, same old. There's no journalism. It's all superficial.
Action.
You know, like no one really took the time. A couple tried to, do a human story, but they didn't really do it well. You know, so.
And I think that this probably should have been edited down further for in the previous round.
Like if you have to
Yeah.
I'll make sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of it, from the similar events, there were like 3 Lionel Messi specific stories.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And like 15 Olympic stories at least. Yeah, it's just.
Shall we look at the grid?
Sure.
Yeah.
We're just gonna
Are we
see
gonna-
what's the best of these.
are we gonna go in and out or just look at it?
In and out.
yeah, just gone through.
Is this the one with the blurs at the bottom?
The black and white?
Yeah, I would say
They're like
in
this-
for this one
Well,
because
yeah, like
Yeah,
I
I love
love
that.
that story
Okay.
because it's something different.
I think it
But
needed to
that
be
last
2 or 3
that
images
last
shorter.
story, I don't know what that last story is about.
No.
It's people walking on World Cup
Getting
teams
prepared.
walking. That was totally unnecessary.
It was unnecessary.
Yeah.
And this would have been tighter with like 1 or 2
Yeah.
fewer images. But
But I
I
love
love
the
the
thought
curling
process.
stuff. And I
Yeah.
I like the curling stuff yesterday, but yesterday it specifically said not a collection of images from a thing. But
Mhm.
today's was a little bit looser on those. So
Yeah.
You meant bobsledding.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not curling,
Right.
skeleton,
luge
bobsled,
and
luge.
luge. Yeah, well, this photographer has a beautiful artistic sensibility, and all the photos are very slick and well done, and you know, it's just it's just after you see a day and a half of photojournalism, you know, you're wanting more. You know, and I think it'd be so easy for a photographer if they're like, I'm going to spend this year doing real sports stories of real life, of, you know, and not just, you know, and I do this too. You show up at the game,
Right.
you sit on the sideline, you take your photos, and you go home. You know, it's in a lot of these big professional sports, there is no access to be had.
No.
But, you know,
Well, and also-
the photographers who are working at smaller papers, they're not major wire services. They're the ones that can take advantage of, you know, photographing your community, photographing the sports in your community. How does sports affect someone's life? Not just what does someone look like playing sports.
Very disappointed not to see it's hard to do a local.
It's
Yeah.
hard to, but it's also hard when you're like on assignment and you're at a game for 8 hours, 4 or
Yeah.
5 days a week, like.
No,
to-
the big time major wire photographers that are just going from event to event to event, I understand. But there's such an opportunity
Yeah.
for the other photographers out there who don't have that ability to shoot the Olympics and the World Cup. You know, show me your community. Show me, you know, I tell college students all the time, what is the least popular, most underpublicized sport at your college? Go do a story on their entire season. They will love to have you there. Like, you know, whatever, if it's, you know, men's tennis or field hockey or something that doesn't get any attention, go do a real story on them. You'll get the access immediately. Don't, like, I want to do the football team. I want to do the football team. You know, it's just like, you know, but anyways, this portfolio is in. Now I'll get off my soapbox for now.
I thought this one was in. Look,
I mean, at least the jockey school is a story.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. There's
You know,
a lack of emotion
now,
in
the
it.
only
but-
thing.
an
that-
intimacy, yeah.
Yeah, this
It's the
story
last
has some,
story.
Yes.
yeah, some
That's
real.
the only thing that weakened it.
Yeah. But I think it's in because at least
the
there's an
variety.
attempt for the stories to go
Right.
to go outside of just a collection of images from the sporting event.
And the single images are pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
solid,
yeah,
solid
there's
production.
sports.
In or out?
In.
And
Good.
a lot of warriors in here.
Yeah.
Do you need to recuse yourself?
I don't. I work in this market. I'm not sure which photographer this
Okay.
is though.
There's only one story, does that matter?
Yep,
Yeah, so I guess this is out.
So we have to say out based on that?
Yes.
yep.
Okay.
Or
Like, is it
the
disqualified?
first one a story?
Is the first one a
Versus
story?
And then this,
What's the second
So I
story?
think
No, there's only one story.
It's back. It got
Only
entered
one story.
backwards.
yeah.
So it's so
Oh.
look at this backwards. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's only
Oh.
one
It's
story.
only
Yeah.
one story.
Out.
Out.
But I feel like, I mean, if you're asking for feedback, like, that shouldn't even make it to this round if something's disqualified.
You're right. I'm hearing that we may change, oh, can't say anything.
This Norway, they tried to make a story out of this too.
I don't think it held.
I agree.
You know, I do appreciate like some of the praying photo at the World Cup. You know, but it just kind of besides that it's not. And you know, they had access to the Swedish hockey team, but they made no images that had any emotion. It's all just, you know, and this is kind of a lot of these stories. They just have one note. There's no highs. There's no lows. It's just serious, straightforward.
It's a chronology.
Yeah.
In or out?
Out.
Like the first image.
Yeah, me too. I just don't think it's that much diversity for me. It's either soccer or
Mm-hmm.
you know?
And also I have, can you go down to the bottom? I have a very big problem with turning a photo upside down for the shadows. It's, you know,
It was turned upside down,
It is,
right?
yeah, it's
Yeah.
upside
I
down.
was like,
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
Unless
like,
they're all standing on their heads.
yeah.
unless the photographer's standing on his head.
Yeah, you know, but,
Or
you know,
their head.
well, I turned my camera upside down. Well, that doesn't count. You know, it's like, that's not what happened.
In or out?
Oh, that's out.
Good attempt, but. not
It's
quite
more
there.
local.
Yeah.
Yeah, they tried with that, but that hockey story is not complete. It's like they went to one practice with her.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
seems to be a 3-hour story.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's some fun images from the Indianapolis story,
Well, that,
but
I would say only like the second one, but
Yeah,
otherwise
I
it's
like-
pictures
I like-
of stuff, a flag and a barbecue
I like the
grill.
detail of the license plate is the flipper, but it's not, yeah, it's pretty thin.
In or out?
Out.
Out.
Again, no stories.
No story, it's out.
In or out?
Out.
Out, no stories out.
There's some good seeing here, a little bit
Mhm.
of
With FIFA,
sense
yeah.
of humor.
And they tried to do something different versus action
Mhm.
with the World Cup.
Is there a story here?
Well, it's just two collections of images from
And
major,
Winter
you know.
Olympics.
There's
Well,
some nice images in here, though. I mean, if
Collections are allowed as a story.
collections
Okay.
are more.
All right.
In or out?
It's
In for me.
I have one
Let's
in,
get
one
to-
out.
it's an in.
I'll
skip
keep
it in.
It's
it.
an in, but
We're gonna have to
not
whittle them down.
not an enthusiastic in.
Okay, I'll make note of that.
Half-hearted in.
I love this first photo.
Yeah.
I wish we would have seen that in the singles. I assume it was not brought in from the first round, or they didn't enter it in the singles, but that's probably one of the best photos I've seen from the World Cup.
I'm guessing they did because it's their lead there, and they
Yeah.
entered that net photo.
Yeah, so I don't know how it didn't make it, but
Yes, it is.
that's what contests are. But yeah, that's so nice. Yeah, but like the Japan mugging for the camera
Yeah,
photo.
that's weird.
They didn't need that picture, or the one next to it.
There are two stories.
One's the
Commonwealth.
Commonwealth Games,
Oh,
and
and
one's the
then
Olympics.
Yeah.
curling.
Curling
curling.
details.
In or out?
I think.
I'm out. But that
Couple
first
of good-
photo, fantastic.
Yeah, a couple of
I
good
like the
pictures.
curling
but
story.
I have one out,
I'm out.
I have two outs,
Out.
three outs,
Out.
4 out.
At first, I thought this was gonna be a story on the girl rock climber when there were like 3 in a row
Right.
of the rock climbing, and then they went to running.
Yeah, this is another one where the Ukrainian high jumper, pole vaulter, this is gonna be good. You know, this is a really topical sports story, an athlete that's displaced. But the story is, once again, it's just one note.
She could have been a pole vaulter from anywhere.
Yeah, there's really no, can you go up a little bit to that
Yeah.
middle story?
And it talks about her being there with her mother and her, I think, another sibling. Like, we
cat.
don't see her interacting with
Mhm.
anybody.
Oh, the cat.
Yeah, the cat's the only one where she has a half smile, and the rest there's no emotion at all.
It's out for me.
Yeah,
Out for me.
Out.
out.
3 outs.
I appreciate this photographer making the best of his position on the roof.
Yeah, there's some nice single
There's-
images
There
there.
are.
Yeah.
I mean, they put together a pretty complete story, or the whole arc of the game. I mean, it's a hard position to be
Mhm.
given.
In for me.
Yeah, I'm in. It's very solid.
2 ins.
2 ins.
And I'm out on this one.
I'm out on this one
I'm
too.
out.
3 outs.
Sorry.
the Olympic bubble story, it's only 6 photos, but I appreciate that, and that's part of history. And, you know, especially the 3rd photo up there that's gone now, I like a lot.
The wearing the hazmat suit.
The biathlon one.
Yeah, I wanted to see more
Yeah,
of that. I don't need the Beijing glasses.
Yeah.
Is it just because they're wearing a mask? Like, there was so much of that. Like, even that goalie with the people behind them. Like, that speaks to the bubble.
Yeah.
Or people being tested, or at least, like, the line at the testing tent if you can't see it. Like, more of that bubble.
But I appreciate the sense of time, because all the other Olympic stories look like in an Olympics. Like you don't know when they were. You know, at least this gives something. You know, I'm not sure this portfolio, you know, is going to move forward, but at least there was that attempt. And
Out.
Out, 2 outs, 3 outs.
Out for me.
Out
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah, I'm out.
3 outs.
There's some moments, but
It's out for me.
yeah, nothing says to me, wow. I'm
Yeah, at
surprised.
least it was an attempt to do some different sports, but they weren't really
More
done very
extreme
well.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Death Valley one is like a lot of landscapes with a small person in them.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have 3 outs?
Yeah,
Out.
Out.
4 outs.
That's it.
He goes out.
there's some nice pictures in there.
All right,
Look at us.
You
look
guys.
at us. All right.
Alright.
I always say this.
What'd you say? You don't want to say
I
that?
know, why do I always say, it's like, okay, which one y'all think is the best?
I think this is
I mean-
the highest quality, and also
I do as well.
I like the high bar story. It's just
But what about
it's an
that
attempt to go to.
last
Yeah, that's the
whatever it
that's
is?
the major negative. So if there is a tighter portfolio, maybe that would edge this out.
I don't know if there is.
I don't think there is.
I don't think there is.
They all are flawed.
I mean, the singles in the other one are
Yeah.
much stronger than.
Yeah, where the jockey's a little bit more.
It's more of a story, but
Story.
again, you don't get
It's a-
within
yeah.
100 yards of them.
Yeah,
Then you
it's
have a
all
weak-
no emotion, no
Then you
joy.
have the baseball, which
Which
is not
is-
as strong.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. So that's not better than it.
so this
I
one
think
story.
that this might be in my top 2, top 3 definitely.
I really like some of those at the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah, I just like that this photographer sees a little bit different, is looking for unique, you know, like we didn't give an award to the shot up a little bit through the holes.
bullet.
Yeah,
Oh, that one.
but
That
it's,
one.
you know, that's
And the bullet,
that's
both.
smart.
And the one of,
Yeah.
I think that's Chloe Kim, when she's inverted and you just like, you see her eyes.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, that's
this
nice.
photographer is looking for different ways to
Mhm.
tell
Yeah.
the same story
Yeah.
as the other 100 people standing
Mhm.
next to them.
Yeah.
I agree.
So is that first or second?
Well, let's see the last one.
Last one.
This is not in my top.
Yeah,
three.
it's not
No.
my top 3 either. Or it's
It might be
tied
third
with,
for me.
it might be 3rd or honorable depending on.
But I'm between
But yeah, I
one
think
and
there's,
three
I think,
for
yeah, I
first.
think there's 2.
In
Can we just
between.
look at the, yeah.
Yeah.
One
Can we
and
see the
three?
first
Which
one?
One
Yeah.
and 3,
One,
please.
same for me.
Yeah, if it wasn't for that final 5 pictures of soccer players walking out to the pitch, like this would be a slam dunk first place. But I'm not sure why the photographer felt the need to add that in.
And they have
Especially-
two stories.
especially-
They have 2 stories.
Right.
The sliding center and the
Yeah.
high bar.
And then especially have it go last is the final thing to leave in our minds, you know?
Those singles are all really strong.
Yes, yeah, I
Singles
still,
are beautiful.
yeah.
And the two
For me,
stories
this
are-
is still first, although
I think
it's,
so too,
I
but
agree.
Yeah.
can you just flip through this real quick? Yeah, I agree.
I think the bottom one, I think,
I appreciate this. I like the one with the 2
I do.
snow crossers.
Yeah.
Like they're trying something different,
Yeah.
but I think the the other photographer is a stronger sports photographer.
Yeah, and like the World Cup story, I'm not sure, like Messi walking by a wall is, as an ender, like what is that?
Yeah,
supposed to-
it's
what is
weird,
that
especially
supposed
when
to-
the wall is the focus.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know what that.
Yeah.
Really?
What's your favorite, Kathleen? At least not his backside.
Yeah. All right, so.
I would go second.
Yeah, this is second.
First for one, I mean, this is my opinion, one, and then the third one is
Last
second.
one's 3, second, right.
3 second.
And then,
Could we just look again real
Yeah.
quick?
Yes.
Sorry. Just there's so many.
Two.
I think this is third for me.
I mean, I could take.
Well, although that last story is
Oh, the
so
baseball
poorly
story.
done though.
I need to, I can't keep them in my head right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just need to look at the fourth one again.
But once again, sequencing wise, well, you know, I guess it's our opinion that last story is the
They
weakest
haven't
one, but,
decided yet.
you know, put the jockey one last at least, you know, that one's seems a little bit better.
So many of that European Championship.
Yeah.
Like I just feel like this needs an edit.
This is my, I would say, HM. in my
Yeah,
opinion.
I even though I appreciate the other photographer at least trying to do a story on a jockey school, trying to do a story on
Right.
on a you
Yeah.
know on an athlete. You know, so
They've got some good singles.
Yeah.
Can we look at the second one again just real quick?
and there's some nice singles. That football shot is nice.
Yeah.
Tennis was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm good with
Yeah,
this being
so-
third.
Okay, I'm there too.
Me too.
All right, you take a picture of it. Lovely. Well done, judges.
Right.
We have 2 more categories.
Hey,
We're not gonna rush through these categories.
we're in no
because
hurry.
these are
What are we're not in a hurry.
Small market and large market. Small circulation box,
Okay.
small. So,
5-minute break.
I'll give you a break.
Okay.
It's gonna be a long category.
What's the cutoff for like small and large?
I'll call
Oh,
the
it
categories.
probably says.
I
It's
forgot.
still circulation.
You got it?
It's
Versus,
no, it's
Staff size.
Newsroom
staff
size.
Newsroom size.
100 staff members.
It's still a big newsroom
Yeah.
in this day and age.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to.
All right, we're taking a somewhat
It'll be really quick.
break.
Staff
5 or
of-
fewer.
Staff of 100 people. Wow.
Any water or anything?
I'll get more water.
We're running out of this.
She's looking at her son on TV. She's watching a basketball game, hoping to see her son sit at the table.
Oh
the
my
scorer's
God, my
table.
parents used to watch every Redskins game, hoping they'd see me on the sideline.
That's sweet.
Everyone. I would always wear a red jacket, just so they could possibly see me. And when they'd say, oh, we saw a red jacket, I'm, oh yeah, that was me. Sure, Mom. You
Yeah.
saw me.
I'm always getting photos of me on the field with very tall basketball players and football players making me look tiny.
One time they went and got the local bar guy, which the last bar in Montana made me think of. They opened up the little town bar at 8 a.m. to watch something that I was on.
That's
They were the
awesome.
only ones who had cable.
Oh, that's wonderful.
What if I should tell my kids they can watch a live stream of me? Good for you, Mom. Going back to YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. After a minute and a half, that was boring.
I'm gonna watch my Fortnite and Minecraft videos. I'm gonna watch you sit in silence.
You said I thought you were napping. How was it? More interesting than ours? We're probably on live stream, so.
He was so riveted. Got up and left in the middle of it. We're not on live stream, are we?
No.
We might, once we're all done, go find an outdoor place and sit and have a drink. I'll text you. You guys wanna be entertained for a second, if I can make it work?
Yeah.
Always.
Well, it's entertained by baby, so, you know, bear with. She was talking to her mom.
Sorry, casting up commandeered. So.
You don't fall to think.
That's cute.
Too cute. It's the most adorable age.
She's
Sorry.
probably listening to her mother do babble and thinking, what are you even doing? It's not words.
Bitzer.
Two more categories.
I think
Small
we're at
market.
photographers of the year.
We're at small market, and then we'll do large market,
And then we're done?
and then we're done.
We
I'm
need
looking
to add
forward
a
to
couple
these.
more contests. Should we volunteer to do documentaries?
Let's go in and heckle.
Yeah, yeah. Let's go for support. Let's cheer.
I'll sit in on picture editing for a
I was
little bit.
thinking we should just watch it on live stream.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
and we
yeah.
have our
Then we were
drinks.
not interrupted.
That's a better way to do
And
it.
we have our drinks.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're on the scorer's table.
We've got a contest here, lady.
I got Cassidy, you got commandeered, so I got a couple
Okay.
seconds to brag, just
Okay.
to fawn over an offspring.
You're allowed.
Like an offspring.
My husband
Somebody
said,
has son.
you look like this.
Oh, that's sweet.
That's something
Is
on
that,
birth.
is offspring an upgrade or?
You look like this, right? That's Christopher Connor, with the head go.
That gives you an economy to coach.
Yes, exactly right. Economy to coach. Speaking of which, I missed my check-in. I'm in the C boarding group.
Oh
You
no.
know, for $40 you could upgrade.
They won't even let me upgrade.
Well, am I
Right
supposed
now,
to
there's
check
no
in?
option right
Oh,
now.
it depends. You fly Southwest?
I'm A-list.
No.
That doesn't
I'm
matter.
A-list baby, so I don't ever have to
I
do
know,
that.
I wonder if I
It's
would
the
love-
advantage of flying all the time.
And
Because I have
this
a
is my
seat.
first time flying
Yeah,
since
there's
before COVID.
really.
Really? Honestly,
They
God,
really
I've not
encourage you
had
to
to
check in, but I'm
fly
not sure
prior,
This is, tomorrow will be my, I think, 6th time in the last 6 days.
How many miles
They made
per
me check
year?
my bag anyway. I'm like,
Yeah.
but there were so many bays that were
When are you
empty.
on?
And like, I was the last group to board anyway. Like, what do we do with the empty bays? It's so in case somebody wants to put their coat up there?
Right.
Oh, Cassie came back.
Yes.
I'm back. I slept in.
Notice also that we are in the quietest room too.
Yes.
We may not have
I can
many
home maybe
pictures,
2
but we're the
weeks.
quietest room.
Yeah.
All right, we're doing small and then large.
Getting a little tired.
Okay.
Small, then large.
And then I bet you want to know what you're involved in. So
Here it
allow
is.
me to tell you that you are involved in, no, it's all the way back here.
What does that mean involved in?
I
You
mean,
will be involved in judging 10 in
Small
small
market.
market.
Okay.
Okay.
And then 12 in large
oh, that's
market.
good.
That's
Yeah.
that's a good number.
Must be good work then.
Awesome numbers, good strong stuff here. Again, it should contain up to 40 and at least 2 picture stories.
At least two
At
picture
least two
stories.
picture stories.
All right.
Oh, this is 9.
Sorry?
It says 9 here.
Well, then it's 9 because I
Okay.
miscounted
Wow.
something.
So it's-
So
okay.
let me, this is small.
That's even better.
Do we make sure we have them
Oh,
all?
right, it is 9. I counted it wrong.
Okay.
Instead of 10, it's 9. And I
Okay.
counted it wrong because you forget the first line on an Excel sheet is the code.
First
I'll
one.
forgive you.
Thank you.
He's doing that with sandals?
Hardcore.
His experience.
Don't need no stinking color boots.
That's right. Or badges.
Isabella Camino joined the rodeo scene in Buffalo almost as soon as she could walk. When Camino was 18 months old, her mom took her out and led her through her first patterns in front of a crowd.
I'm assuming Buffalo, Wyoming, so
I was gonna say
Kathleen
it's
can.
Buffalo, Wyoming, yeah. Because otherwise I was gonna call myself and go, why aren't we covering this?
So this is
Why have we never shot this?
the Wyoming State High School Rodeo.
Nice.
That's funny. It's a story.
I haven't you covered this. Maybe you should send people in Buffalo to Buffalo.
Find all the buffaloes.
Shot for the horse.
Yeah, horse heroin addict would be a good story.
Steroids.
This is wrong.
We're getting punchy.
Were there any photos of her riding?
Yes.
Yes, there
At the
was.
beginning.
Yeah, yeah.
That was the opening picture.
Amidst her busy schedule of working at smaller parishes throughout western Missouri, Sister Anita Helgenberger finds her calling caring for 3 formerly homeless women living in St. Mary's House for Mothers.
Twins. I see one more rearview mirror picture.
Hmm.
Is this the second?
Yes, this is the
next
second one.
Second photographer.
Yeah.
Right.
Is this a story?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me see if it got reversed.
Silly rabbits.
Yes, it looks like this one is reversed as well. I'll start down here.
It's like Putin.
Like the faces of old friends, the landscape of Shell Ridge open space may drape itself in the seasons, taking on new hues and shedding old ones, but its familiarity never fades.
Nice detail. No, I like this. Where?
The scene is always heartbreaking. A sobbing pet owner cradling a beloved animal companion comes into an animal shelter to surrender a pet. But it's happening every day now at shelters where the number of surrendered dogs and cats has doubled.
The numbers are even higher for rabbits.
Oh, yeah. Numbers.
Yeah.
Trying to see where it is. Oakland Animal Shelter. Okay. Oh, this is.
Yeah. These are staff photographers at small market newspapers.
I believe so.
Linda?
Or
I'm just asking for clarity.
Oh, you were asking the same
Is
question?
this the second portfolio that we've seen twice,
It's,
or we just saw the story once?
No, I think it was
This
entered
is-
in 2 categories.
I don't think you can do that.
I don't think so.
I don't think you could do that.
Can you click over to categories for me for a moment, please?
yes.
And, can you click on Cliff Edom?
No.
This
No,
was
emerging.
Emerging.
But do they have to be staff of that small market paper?
No, they could be a
No.
freelance
Could be
photographer
freelancers.
in a small market, I think.
Okay.
Can you just give me 1 second, please?
I was like, why am I seeing this twice?
It was entered twice.
Three times. Once, twice, 3 times. Once,
Twice.
twice.
3 times a
photographer.
photographer.
Well, it was, the story was also entered into
I know.
features.
Oh, well, you once,
Twice.
twice, 3 times, 4 times, photographer. Oh, we are. That was a little joke.
Open up photographer small market, or it is.
Whoa.
Is there like in the general rules, is there like something
Yeah,
that
can I
addresses
go
this?
under,
Terms?
About?
Or-
No.
Mm-mm.
No, keep going.
And then keep going down, post-production, no, entry, just about manipulation, can you go back to,
Go to about, see what about says.
Do
About.
you want us to go on to the
could
next
you, yeah,
one
go
while
on,
you
I'm
go
gonna
and
go
get
back,
plans?
yeah, skip this one for the moment.
Yeah. This is pretty much the same. Alright.
But I'm kind of under the, thing, like, if it's been awarded once, well, you don't really need to award it again, it's just like, but we'll see.
And stay quiet.
In green overwhelmed after floods, St. Louis area residents fear the wrong road ahead.
Okay, now, took me a while, so I'm looking at.
Floating stuff.
Does it mean like just the toning is off?
It's so hard to see what's happening
Yeah.
in some of these
Toning is
pictures.
off.
I thought I was going blind.
May I say it again, if you're going to switch your whole portfolio to black and white, really fine tune your toning.
This one is the
Oh, yeah.
female football kicker.
We'll look at it again. The girl who adds football to her repertoire.
Oh,
Yeah, because there's been different images in these sometimes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Or cropped, edited.
But this was sent you separately,
They're
As
both
a
food truck.
picture story.
picture story.
Does seem to be a little tighter here. Nope,
No,
Mm-mm.
I lied.
I can understand why the person put the picture in. But you already said that earlier.
Mhm.
It doesn't add anything.
That's
I
nice.
like that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And that one.
I would start with that.
A sold-out crowd, or
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
a sold-out crowd packed Worldwide Technology Raceway in Madison for the Enjoy Illinois 300, the first NASCAR Cup Series race to ever come to the St. Louis area.
I see the importance of that picture. Must be a concert.
Yes.
No.
Or that's a bar.
This is a new one.
Oh,
Oh, what you did that for?
That's it.
hopefully they show it.
The Greenies Turkey
Very nice image of him.
The Greenies Turkey Farm has been the go-to spot for fresh local poultry in central Maine for years. Run by Scott and Tracy Greeny, their 3 children, Emily, Ben, and Adam, and extended family, the farm raises and slaughters hundreds of turkeys and chickens each year for meat markets around Maine.
If you're going to do this, get an image that it works,
Or
or don't do it.
I hope they're gonna re-show the image.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that. See?
and
My
it
wish has
didn't
been
work
granted.
with type on it.
That's a no-no.
It's a no-no.
It's morbid.
Hey,
It's dark.
I didn't write it.
But they're turkeys, so they don't cluck.
And chickens, they said.
Oh, they have chickens, okay. Oh, yeah, there's chickens.
That's not necessary. At the paper towel dispenser?
Mhm.
I feel the same. Come on.
There's some mean-spirited people running this place.
Look at the bang.
That is so wrong. Again?
At least it's a dark image.
You can't read it.
Sarah Wallingford, 31, ended up in a homeless encampment along the Kennebec River in Waterville, Maine after her boyfriend was hospitalized with COVID-19 and she was evicted from their apartment for non-payment of rent. Wallingford has been using drugs like methamphetamine since she was in high school.
This is the woman who hitchhiked.
Oh, right.
I
With the
think.
boyfriend, right?
Sarah Saga.
Okay, hopefully it disappears. Okay. Just cut out the black. Yeah, that's the one. They're by themselves.
Mhm.
Yeah, but this is a different one. It's not the guy who works at the restaurant.
No,
It's not
that
it
one.
is. I think it's a different
And it's
one.
also not the hitchhiking person, but we did see some of these.
Okay.
We saw some of the
I wonder if they're all the same homeless encampment.
No, I think we're everywhere now.
Yeah, we saw that.
Mhm.
Road to Moldova. The sign on the road leading into this war-battered city says, "Welcome to hell," and inside a bombed-out hospital, we begin to see the true horrors of Russia's attacks.
Because they misunderstood the directions that said put them on the first frame. Put the
Yeah.
caption on the first
Mm.
frame, so they're literally doing
Putting it
that.
on the first frame instead of in
The
the,
caption field.
Right.
yeah, maybe.
They take me literally.
That makes sense.
I mean, at least they repeat the lead without the words on it.
Right.
Wow.
Rules do say you should have a black slide separating.
Hmm. This is the next. Oh yeah.
Is this a new, new
Yeah, this is a new
photographer?
one.
Okay.
New photographer. Do you need to have your discussion?
Yeah, I need Mark to come back so you can go through this one and when he
Okay.
comes back.
Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna just pause the stream for a bit, give you guys some added
After
information
this one.
Okay.
Not yet,
Okay.
though.
after this one, yeah.
Is this a story?
Let's
Sorry.
see. No, you're good.
I don't think so. Is it?
No,
Not
I think it
singles.
starts here.
Oh, wait,
Okay.
no.
Oh, this is
Oh, yeah.
the
The
domestic
top four
violence.
Top four singles.
And then there's more singles at the end. Okay.
We know
Yeah,
the
we know
story.
this.
Okay.
We know the story.
Do we want to flip through them?
Yeah, we want
Yeah,
to go
see
through
what
the
it's-
story, but we don't have to
Okay.
read it.
Wait, but what did we award this?
I
It
think,
was, Cliff Eden?
So we might have the same problem here.
No, because that was just a story.
that was just a story. That
Cliff
was a
Eden's just a
portfolio.
story.
Cliff Eden's fine.
Not a portfolio.
Says Brendan Gonzalez grew up in the foster system. When he met Brenda and Ray Gonzalez, his adoptive parents, he was living in a group home. One of the kids deemed unadoptable due to bad behavior.
That's pretty good. It's a nice story.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if, yeah, this is another story, I think. Tenants at the Seven Oaks Apartments, located on San Antonio's west side, now renamed Colinas at Medical, have lived with mold caused by leaky roofs and plumbing, rats, cockroaches, non-functional laundry facilities, billing problems, and crime.
It's not one person, it's several people.
It's the complex.
Complex
the housing
itself.
complex.
That's the end of that one.
Okay.
Keeps going.
Two really nice stories.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go through this next project.
This is a different photographer.
Yeah.
Yes. Maria Colicchio, 32, practices on a mini ramp at Shoney Cito, 27, looks on Wednesday, January 26th at the Williams residency. Let's see. Oh,
Ladies'
Skate Day.
Ladies Skate Day is a weekly meetup for women, girls, femmes, nine-bound area, and others to bond to over their love of skating.
It's Hurricane Nicole.
Okay, if we can pause here and turn off the recording. We'll be back after a short break.
sucks.
These are the last
It's
two.
the last one?
There's two
think there
more.
were two.
This one and one more.
Yeah.
A deadly tornado ripped through Gaylord, Michigan on Friday, May 20th, leaving the close-knit city of about 442,000 people beginning to pick up the pieces together. Prom is a rite of passage in both Flint and Saginaw, Michigan. Every spring, hundreds of parents line up to get a look at each senior's finest attire, whether that be a dapper suit, a gown to make your jaw drop, or the nails, eyelashes, or jewelries, as seniors shine on their once-in-a-lifetime moment.
Nice.
That is really nice.
Akram Hithman is an extraordinary human. He is a self-proclaimed artist, storyteller, big brother, and software developer. Akram is also has autism spectrum disorder. The 11-year-old Michigander wants to make friends and laugh just like other students, despite the shortfalls of social interaction that make everyday life more difficult. All right, and this is the last one. All right. In the shadow of a diagnosis, 8-year-old Malcolm Alamo was born with congenital cytomegalovirus, which results in permanent disabilities for somewhere between 1,000 to 1,500 newborns per year. Malcolm was born with extensive brain damage, putting him in even a smaller cohort of this small fraction. And then 3 generations of women under one roof provide all of Malcolm's care. Canadian COVID crisis. Is this one? These are the singles.
That's a different thing.
That's really good, actually. Pterodome.
That is the last one. I'll refresh this.
Pretty good.
Alright. Here we just have the 8.
All right, guys.
We're sure the last one was smaller.
I'm not sure.
You wanna
Thinking the same thing.
Load in and out.
Yeah. Wait, can you scroll up for a second? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Oh, she is on the horse.
Yeah. she
I would
first-
have. I would have liked to have seen her on the horse.
I was thinking
Oh
the
no,
same
I guess
thing.
she is over there too. I don't know. Anyway, sorry.
Okay, I'm out.
Doesn't mean I'm out. I mean, you've decided
I'm
that
out.
didn't sway your decision.
No, the amount of her on a horse photos was not the key.
Yeah, I'm out too.
I'm out.
Yeah, out. I'm out.
Yeah,
It's not a landscape.
it's a little
competition.
light.
And like 3 of the photos in the rabbit story are signs on the wall.
And in the story description started out saying how people were distraught over losing their pets. There's not one owner photo in there distraught or anything.
Out.
Oh,
Yeah, I was had issues with.
Oh, the black and white one. This is
Black
one we
and
couldn't
white.
see.
Yeah, couldn't see well. I mean, that's unfortunate.
And then NASCAR finally comes to St. Louis.
Yeah.
like if it would have had more of the first 2, you know, because those are really like, and then it just kind of then it devolved into here's action photos. you
Right,
know.
more of the scene. I mean, the
Yeah.
one on the infield,
Yeah.
but like, is that swimming pool at the race?
I think so. It's probably
grass
in
and
the
stuff.
infield,
Okay.
probably.
Yeah, but you're right. And more of that energy and.
Yeah, and there's only 3 singles, which is pretty thin.
Out.
Out.
Yeah, I'm out.
I'm out in this one.
Sorry.
Out.
Wait, is that the one coming out?
No,
No,
Okay.
this is the.
this is the Cliff Edom.
Cliff Edom, okay.
Yeah.
That's it for me.
I like the story of the boy who got
Yeah, that's
adopted.
very-
That's
yeah, that's
really
very nice.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
photographer definitely makes her subjects, or their I don't know if it's a female or female, subjects comfortable around
Mhm.
them.
Yeah.
Yep, I
But it
mean-
also but one nitpick, and this is just because of my opinion of the stories, I feel like the stories, like the one should have been last. Like the weakest story ended up going last, and anyways, but it's in.
Or maybe not have done the 3rd story.
Yeah, third story was
This one's
unnecessary.
in?
Yes.
Yeah, it was
Yes.
in.
I'm out on this one.
What was the last story?
I don't know, I like the skateboarding women.
I'm out.
2 outs, 1 in.
The second one is
Oh.
not,
Oh, I'll keep it in just to have 4.
Variety,
And-
same.
Yeah, I just don't, I think the hurricane story
Is weak.
is
So-
really, really weak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's real weak. I mean, it's not even like slightly weak. It
No, you're
draws
right.
everything else down.
Okay, next.
So some nice singles.
Yeah, very nice singles. A lot of crying, like Carl said.
I like some of the images.
Yeah,
and
I like
the
that.
prom.
The prom
Yeah,
stuff,
prom's
that was
really
nice.
nice. Yeah.
It's a nice, joyous
Yes.
story.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I have 1 in.
And
I'm in.
Yeah. And
And
I
I'm
like the
in.
story of the boy.
to me, that's my favorite.
yeah, it has the strongest work in this category
Mm-hmm.
in 2 of the stories. I think. Yeah, the last story was unnecessary, but still it shows gaining access, being there multiple
Yeah.
times.
Showing the
Going back.
art.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it shows them talking with the, signing a
Mhm.
petition for the politician. I don't know if it's the landlord or whatever's like, what do you want me to do about it?
Yeah, listening? Question mark?
Yeah.
Well,
I like that one.
I think that story probably, it could have been edited better,
Mhm,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
but I think all the elements are there.
True. I think it's just because the other stories are stronger when it
I'm
gets to
gonna
that
lose
one.
this one.
Me
Yeah,
too.
we can just
Or
go.
honorable
We can just go
mention it.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
Maybe
this
not
stands up
even.
to honorable
I'm
either.
fine losing it.
I don't think it should
Yeah.
be recognized.
So one is,
Can we just look at the other
Yeah.
two?
Yeah,
I'm
two.
just refreshing.
sorry.
Yeah, this has a lot of good things in it.
and it is like hometown,
Yeah.
community, local.
Mm-hmm. And you have one story that's spot news, one story that's feature, one story that's issues. It's pretty
Love that
pretty
green.
I like
diverse.
it shows diversity,
Mhm.
both the Muslim family, it's mostly
Mhm.
black high school,
You know, singles. Oh, there is. I thought it was just 3 singles there. Yeah, singles are okay. Singles are the weakest part of it.
Mhm.
there's nice emotion in the
Yeah.
singles, maybe too much crying and pensiveness, but
Mhm.
again, that comes down to the editing, not to the picture making.
Yeah,
I like this one.
yeah, I like this a lot. This is 3rd for me for sure.
Same.
And
So what is first?
so the domestic violence story or the other.
The only thing that drags this one down for me is this. Can we go through the 4 singles?
Mhm.
Big. It's just the 4 singles. Let me see what's that.
That's
Let me read the
nice.
captions. Okay. Can I see the next one? That one, not so good, I don't think. But
No. That's a sign, it was a sign
that's
photo.
nice. Yeah, I would like to have seen a little bit more in the singles, but the stories are very strong.
Yeah.
I like this for second, the other for first.
The Ukraine,
No, the,
the
This one.
tornado.
yeah,
Um,
just 'cause like the Gaylord tornado feels very small town. It's not, I think it's it's well done. Some nice images. I love the prom.
Yeah, prom is fabulous. Yeah, I'm leaning towards this for first also. It's just, it just is more cohesive.
Is it because there's more singles?
No, I just feel that,
The singles are definitely stronger, even if they're the same amount. But I don't
it's
know.
close, it's very close.
I mean, the prom photos are fabulous because those dresses are fabulous.
Right.
And
Are
the
the-
green cars and the
But like,
pink hair.
you know, is this one with the umbrella fabulous? I don't know. It's
Well,
a lot of detail shots, the nails,
yeah.
the necklace, the eyelashes.
I like the other one more because if you could go back to the other one, it's because
This story.
it's the dedication. You know, it's really understanding and understanding what they are retelling.
Well, and
Can you,
feel more
the
connected
middle,
to
the
the
middle
people.
photo there with the kid laying by the tree, can you put it that big? That is fabulous. Like, look at that, be
Yeah.
productive, think, win-wins, synergize, and the kid's like, ah.
That's kind of, you gotta see that, right?
Yeah.
You gotta see that.
Find your voice.
Yeah.
It's not screaming at you.
But
Yeah.
it's this beautiful idyllic tree, right? Like under the.
Uh-huh.
I
He's
kind
got
of
a
agree with
book
you
out of
on the other
space.
one, but I just think this is.
I feel
I agree.
this story with the connection with the adoptive parents,
Mhm.
like that intimacy, the joy, the
And
like
so many
the
of them
frustration.
showed you the relationship
Yeah,
so beautifully.
Like, look at
You get the
The
arc
dad
of
celebrating.
Yeah.
the arc of emotions, the
Every kid
prayer,
needs a dad.
them frustrated, like he's playing the recorder and they're like, oh my
Right.
God, make it stop.
Yeah, anybody who's ever went through that.
Yeah.
All right, I've been
And
won
they
over. I've been
also
won
show
over.
him with his classmates. It's not just the three of them, right?
Right.
It's
more
him-
inclusive, right?
him as
Yeah,
a
and that's
child.
really nice too. The
And with
parents
the
being
classmates,
frustrated.
it starts to address like, how is this kid unadoptable? Like,
Right.
That's what you
he's
said.
so cute.
That's what
8
you
years
said.
old. I mean, I think that's a
Second
beautiful
grade?
story. It's
Without being
heartwarming. Yeah, without being cliche.
cliche.
Yeah. All right.
And all those moments, you have to like really like spend time with your subjects in order to get all
work
those
on the
moments.
singles, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
what I
the
would
stories
do,
are
yeah,
beautiful.
if I
Go
have
back to the
edited,
grid, please.
if I'd edited this portfolio, I would have taken the best single out of that last story, replaced the photo with the two girls
And
and
got
that
rid of that
sign,
last
Uh-huh.
got rid of the last story. and-
Bottom one is in third.
So
To me.
Yes,
Bottom one is 3,
Yeah.
top one is.
so it's 1, 2, 3 for the first time ever.
yeah,
Everybody's okay with this?
yes.
Yep.
Yes.
The codes
That's how-
right
wait,
here.
let me just
Okay,
make
cool.
sure that I have that right. Sorry.
Celebration.
We got big markets. One
That's
more.
good.
Sorry.
Yeah,
But we're good.
we did.
We're
Okay.
Fast and Furious influence here.
Past the
No honorable
depression.
mentions.
I think I see a lot of,
Well, we don't know, big Mark. But we
Yeah.
might see more of Ukraine.
we're gonna see a lot of
Sure we
Ukraine.
will.
Oh yes, we
Okay,
are.
so, I think you all need a break, just to walk away and regroup and come back. Can I give you just about a 10-minute break?
That's fine.
That's I'd like some fresh air.
Yeah.
All of these things that showed up on my desk.
Got 'em?
M&Ms.
Oh, so wait, let me.
Especially this, of course, is all.
Are we
hindsight-
off the
hindsight.
live?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think, this is all hindsight, it's 2020, but I think this is the case, especially with young photographers, where if you
One
could have
more.
caught that early and said, hey, this is against the
What?
rules, you got to pick one or two, you want, emerging you're not really qualified for. You know,
I
know
don't
there's
think
some
magazine is a
cracks, and
category
it's
this
just
year.
like impossible to catch everything, but it.
Yeah, I don't think
I just
magazine
worry
is.
for
So that might be like they copied and pasted
interning
the
at the Post
thing.
this summer.
Uh,
I don't want,
to discourage.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's getting 2 phone calls. One is happening right now, and not by me, as you can see, but I didn't get a second phone call. But I know, that would be the
Yeah.
other reason why it doesn't get put out, as to why it was disqualified. It's just gone. Again, that is off, right? we're good, right?
We're
We're
off.
totally good? Nobody knows about it.
Okay.
He had
Right.
to tell you, or I had to tell you, and
Right.
we're just gonna keep that on the down low,
Okay.
Got it,
okay?
got it.
So we don't ever put that someone's been disqualified because they put their name in there, or because they bribed the person to take the picture.
Right.
Right.
You do not know
well, please tell
why.
me that didn't happen.
It didn't, but
Okay.
I'm
I'm gonna say, I'm gonna go drink now.
I'm giving you so you will never know why something is disqualified, but you will then see if you're paying close attention.
That it disappears.
I shouldn't, it's not that I shouldn't, but we're all in this together right now.
I'm going to be joyful.
Welcome back.
Did you find a phone
Okay,
charger?
be joyful.
I've got a phone.
I have a portable phone charger.
Okay.
Or iPhone.
Like the chicken joint.
If you need one. Okay, so welcome back. We're on our last category, which is a heavy one, but it's only 12 entries. And it is a lot of 12 entries of large market photojournalist of the year, portfolio of images with a newsroom that has 100 or more staff members. The independent wire services and magazine photographers can also, you'll notice we don't have a magazine category this year. They can be in this one.
Okay.
Entry contains up to 40 images and 2 picture stories. Okay?
Okay.
Alright, this is the first. This is Ukraine. Oh. It's not that.
You can go a little faster.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
We've seen these.
Is this the same? Yeah, so
Yeah, we know
See
this one.
we've seen these. This one.
I think we
this
saw one
is
too.
cocaine in Colombia.
Yeah.
This is the second. White Sands National Park. It has been home to missile advancement following World War II that made it possible for humans to make to the moon. Human footprint on White Sands. This year saw the commemoration of the 100th anniversary of the Lincoln Memorial. In celebration of this milestone, this photo essay attempts to document how Lincoln still shapes our society through the places and events that carry on his memory.
It's like one of those magic eyes.
Okay, this is the,
You've seen it, we know
Oh,
this.
yeah,
Yeah.
I know this one.
Mm-hmm. That way.
all right, that's 2. For most of her life until this past spring, 9-year-old Winnie Tan lived with her parents and older brother in an apartment in Chinatown, one of the hundreds of families in the neighborhood's single-room occupancy units. When Winnie and her family were selected to be part of the federal emergency housing voucher program to move out of the SRO and into a home, she felt nervous.
You got it.
This is black farmers in California.
Yeah, as well.
For moms Jane Stefan and Keely Aguilera, the nationwide formula shortage caused by recalls and pandemic supply chain issues didn't just mean the inconvenience of seeking an alternative brand for an infant. They had to keep their daughters, Vivian, 6, and Natalia, 11, alive. So they each have rare genetic conditions or diseases. Jessica Didia, 35, has been photographed for the past 2 years, sharing her journey and wanting her ever-changing story told. Jessica has been a drug addict for over 20 years, most recently addicted to fentanyl. All right, that is 4. Or that was 3. This is 4. Somalian humanitarian crisis with drought and hunger.
We've seen this, so.
We've seen this one. So.
Yeah, we've seen it. Oh, it made it black and white now.
There's more pictures in here. I think some more singles that we saw.
Yeah.
The UN announced a 2-month ceasefire in Yemen on April 2nd, 2022, bringing hope to the war-torn country suffering from the world's worst humanitarian crisis.
That's disturbing.
Mm-hmm.
The Marwan fish market in Mogadishu is the busiest and most important fish market in the heart of Mogadishu, Somalia. Its prime location, just a few meters from the old port, makes it a hub for the sale and distribution of fish throughout the whole of Somalia.
It was crazy.
Zebu cattle, also known as Bos taurus indicus, are a vital part of the culture, economy, and way of life in Madagascar. These animals have been raised by the Malagasy people for centuries and provide a primary source of income for a large percentage of households. There's 5.
Caught.
I didn't do it.
Where's the rat?
Robert Bowman scanned the aisles of a downtown Target. It was May, and the 49-year-old man with congestive heart failure was about to become homeless. This is fentanyl overdoses in San Francisco. Sure if this is
Yeah, they're the Taylors.
a story. Oh, oops. Maybe not. Accidents are common in Ukraine's aging coal mines. Methane gas, a byproduct of coal mining, is highly explosive. In 2007, a methane blast killed more than 100 miners, the deadliest mining accident in the country's post-Soviet history. The children and adults were bandaged and still in shock by the time I reached the Salama Clinic in Bunia, a big dusty town that is the capital of Ituri province in the northeastern corner of the Democratic Republic of Congo. About 36 hours before, they had been attacked as they slept in tents and a vast camp that houses around 20,000 displaced people. Sierra Leone's child and maternal mortality rates are among the highest in the world. However, little is known about the causes of premature mortality in the country. To rectify this, the Sierra Leone sample registration system of births and deaths performed 343,000 verbal autopsies between September 1st, 2019 and December 15th, 2020.
It's different.
The order is right.
Yeah, it's different pictures in here too.
Mm-hmm.
He was a different photographer.
It's almost like a different story.
Ukraine.
The other one was
It was like the electronic.
iconic, right, one of the
Uh-huh.
people who
This was
passed
more
away.
like, yeah, that
Yeah.
was more daily life.
Yeah.
This is Ukraine war general coverage. Number 7. This is the amputee Ukrainian couple.
Mm-hmm.
Investigators began the grim task of exhuming bodies from a mass grave behind the Church of St. Andrew and All Saints.
You know this.
Oh yeah, this is okay. We did look at this. What remains? Eerie still life paintings and shades of burnt sienna, remnants of everyday life frozen in a macabre stillness. In Ukraine. This is. This is 9. Losing one person leaves such a lasting void. Consider all that's been lost with the deaths of 1 million. The U.S. toll from the coronavirus has surpassed that once unthinkable milestone, leaving empty spaces in homes and neighborhoods across the country.
Yep.
Yeah,
We know this
this
one.
one. This is Ukraine. This is 10. After the bubonic plague wiped out over half the village of Oberammergau in 1963, the community pledged, 1634. Wow. The community pledged to God that if he spared them, they would perform a Passion of the Christ play every 10 years. Ever since, thousands of villagers have gathered to reenact the life, death, and resurrection of Christ every decade for nearly 4 centuries.
Didn't seem like a good deal for God.
Every 10 years?
Yeah.
It's like, come on, well, you can't do it every 1 year.
Anybody from whose town comes up?
Every 10 years.
Nestled into the hills of rural western Ukraine sits a summer camp, which has been pressed into a new type of public service, providing refuge to those seeking escape from the Russian conflict in the east. Bob Jordan begins with The Beard. The Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree by Brenda Lee is playing in the background as Jordan readies for his Friday evening gig. Alright, this is 11. Oh, no description. Alright, and this is the last one.
Yeah, we know this one. Thank you.
is all 12.
That was much less Ukraine than I anticipated.
Yeah, like a lot of the top stories were in the portfolio.
Yeah. Yeah,
It was interesting.
so I guess this is
Like
where.
none of the portrait series were.
So,
In out?
well, let's look at the whole take as a collection, right?
Yeah.
As a
Yeah.
whole,
Yes.
and you, as you go through it now, you can say by what you've seen in or out. You can stay on for the next round.
So this is like 3 stories, no singles. So
I think 4
There were
stories,
4 stories.
which it just says you have to have 2 stories. It says nothing about
Right.
singles.
No, it's fine.
Maybe there's 5 stories. I guess.
Okay.
I'm in on this one.
I'm in on this one. I thought the Lincoln idea was kind of,
I think there were some fun pictures.
Yeah, it was very
there.
fun.
I'm in
Yeah.
on this because it's a different
It's a
way
different
of
take,
seeing
seeing.
than
Yeah.
what we have.
Yeah, it's very nice.
yeah. I'm in on that one.
And
Out of all of them, I think that's the one I'm gonna stay out.
It was a really nice story too. Nice
I-
portfolio too.
I have to recuse myself on this one.
Well, the only thing, I mean, if you look at the first 3 we looked at, every section had something super strong. And again, I don't think the farm story is strong enough. Or the little,
Well, the girl's story is not super, I mean, it's
yeah,
a touching story.
yeah, but it's not, it doesn't have the weight.
Yeah.
You start getting the weight here,
Mm-hmm.
and by then you're halfway through the portfolio.
All the way through.
We're all the way to the portfolio.
In or out?
I'd say out.
You- One out.
I don't know.
I'm
I'd like
gonna
to
say
keep,
in.
I'm gonna like to consider it still.
It's
Okay,
in
2 ins.
It's all domestic work, not that it matters, cause I know it's an international competition, but
Started out real strong, and then he lost me.
Yeah, the fish market story is basically the same photo
yeah.
90 times.
It's striking because it's like so overwhelming, the fish market,
Yeah.
but it's the same picture.
Yeah.
And same with the cows.
Yes.
I would pass on this.
I'm out.
Out.
I looked at raccoon. It wasn't me.
I like the rainbow swing.
Yeah, but is that enough to hold it,
No.
to move it forward?
No,
I don't think.
I
for
don't
me.
think so. I think there's some, I mean, like, you don't really think about homelessness in like the context of like, you know you're gonna become homeless the day you become homeless. I like the
Right.
story, I just wish that it was visually told, it was a little bit stronger.
Out.
1 out,
Out.
3 outs.
Okay, this one's a little tougher.
That 3-picture story, I don't understand.
Which, go back up?
It's right here, it was like, they were attacked, I think it's.
Oh, yeah, I didn't get that.
And it was just 3 photos.
Militia attack.
I've almost chosen one and made it a single, one from the 3 series.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
You go back to the,
But I don't want it, the coal mining story is nice.
yeah, the coal mine story was nice.
Very nice.
And is that story the same one about the electronic counting? Because
I
it
thought
doesn't
so.
show electronic
No, it
counting.
doesn't.
It shows a funeral, which nods to that, can we just see the description of that story?
Sample registration system of births and deaths performed
Maybe it's a different story.
343,000 verbal autopsies between
Maybe it's not the same.
I think it's the same program, but it's a
Might
different
be
story, different
different story.
photographer,
Mhm.
or different edit completely.
Mm.
I don't think the story is very storytelling. The Ukraine stuff is strong.
2 outs?
There's also 18 pictures in the last story, unless that's the singles, I don't know. But yeah, I'm out on it.
Yeah.
So 3 outs.
I was disappointed to see that nearly same shot of the guy exercising in a different portfolio.
Do you think it's the same guy?
Absolutely,
It's
yeah.
absolutely the same
It's the
guy.
same guy.
And the still life thing didn't work for me.
No.
I know that it's difficult when you're in a situation like Ukraine because for safety you need to,
Work together.
yeah.
Yeah, I get that too.
It's just, I felt so good about the story because it was like finally a story that's individual. Sort of.
Well, you don't think it holds well in this portfolio?
I think it holds well in this portfolio,
Okay.
absolutely.
But yeah, that whole still life story didn't really do it for me. There was a couple
It
that
is
are
a
interesting.
really
but
interesting look at
It is a
the
different look.
aftermath. Like that clock looks like something out of.
Could we just keep it in for now?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
yeah,
It is-
I'm in
I'd like
I'm
to
in on
keep
it.
in.
All right.
Yeah, there's
That's-
enough really strong work in there to keep it in for sure.
Yeah, this to me is an out.
Yeah, the flooding
The Little
story.
League pad
yeah,
story.
it's just the first 4 photos are
for
way too
6.
similar. Yeah, 6.
And 1 out.
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 What's the one that has the,
The Portraits of a Million was a nice attempt. I just felt it
It
fell
lacked.
short.
mhm.
Out for me.
I'm out.
I'm out.
3 outs.
Okay.
The Summer Away from War is sweet. It felt it could have been shot a little bit better.
Yeah, but
And then the Santa story, it's like,
Yeah, and the Passion of the Christ is, I like the story behind, I like the concept of the story,
Right.
but I don't know if it's that visually interesting. I'm
Yeah.
out.
I'm out.
Out.
I like these. We saw that picture, remember?
Which one?
The one on the right?
With the flag draped coffin?
No,
No,
the
the guy working.
working out.
Oh, yeah,
remember?
that's the one Kathleen was alluding to, that it's in that other story.
Right,
It's the same guy.
same guy.
I believe, but then
Uh-huh.
we could look at the caption and then.
Yeah, no, it's the same guy.
There's a lot of soldiers who lost their legs in
Well,
Ukraine.
I mean,
It could be a
the
different
furniture's the same.
clinic.
The Caring for the Wounded was a nice
Yeah.
self-contained
I'm not ready
story
to-
that you haven't
I'm not
really.
ready to out this one.
No, I think we.
Okay, I have 2
In.
ins.
In.
I guess it would have been easier to say in. I like to use many words to say one.
You like the people who write their captions.
Exactly.
It's more than 100 words.
I like the much tighter edit on the Rhino story than.
I do too.
than,
Yeah. Yeah.
the
I like
original.
this one.
Yes, I'm
It's
in.
in.
Yeah, I'm
And
Alright.
one in.
Yeah, I
In.
like this one in.
Oh.
Two ins.
3, 4.
Okay.
Alright, so, yeah, I like that one, I like that.
A
It's
lot.
really strong.
Really strong.
Okay.
You are down to 6, my friends.
Alright, so now it's.
6 good ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, only one HM.
I think that was struck on the head several times.
Just
I don't know,
once.
maybe the last contest of the day, we could add a couple extra.
Just thought I'd remind you all that it's one HM.
Linda, don't you have to go and get some fresh air?
She was going to get her phone charger, right?
I have one. I borrow.
So here we have Ukraine, we have Afghanistan,
Taliban story.
Taliban story, we have opium, or not opium, it's
Cocaine.
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 And then the last,
Well, the
Afghanistan.
prisoners was opium, the Afghanistan was
opium, correct,
Yeah.
yes. Then you have Afghanistan again.
Yeah.
Diversity in pictures, what is the weakest story out of
I think the opium,
and why you think it's weak?
because it talks about when we were looking at the stories, it
Yeah.
talks about the production of opium.
Right, we didn't get to even see that.
Yeah.
Well, it's also inside the drug prison, and then there's many scenes that they're
Where they're
clearly
not.
not in the prison.
Okay.
Unless they get to shoot up in the prison.
That's a
Which maybe it's
possibility.
just bad title
pol-
for the story.
Yeah,
Right.
or bad policy.
Mhm.
Policy.
Uh,
I think there are pictures in the opium story that are really strong. I'm just, words and pictures.
all right, can we just keep it in for now, move on to the
Yeah.
next one?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like this one a lot.
I like it because of the variety of images.
Yeah, the White Sands one is my least favorite story.
Especially the two right next to each other
Yeah.
with the devices, the
Yeah.
radioactive materials thing.
I mean, that's understood, right? If you have the sign there.
Mm-hmm.
It's, I mean, well,
Okay.
there's 2 fence and sign pictures, which I could do with that.
But I thought the Lincoln stuff
But
was.
Lincoln's nice.
I like
and
the Lincoln
and
stuff.
The gun
Was very
range,
smart. And
the
the
gun
gun
range
range
is
Gun
really
range
nice.
is really, really well done.
So in this portfolio, we have 2 stories that we would not necessarily expect,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
right? We have 1 story which has some weak components,
Needed to
Mhm.
be edited.
right?
Many weak components.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, there's
I
really,
don't
like,
love
I
the
wouldn't,
story.
there's really none of those I would even pull out as a single.
No, I don't like that story much.
White Sands.
The White Sands.
Yeah.
But the singles, they have a variety of images.
Mm-hmm.
I know, but are they
Yeah,
good?
no,
I would take out.
Like
Yeah.
the
No.
Amish one feels just
The Amish one is
just like
you missed a point.
just because they're Amish,
Right.
we took the picture.
But the cross is nice.
The
Cross is
business
nice.
guy,
The
reflection, not so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
Row reaction is nice. The
That's a
portrait, I could.
pictorial.
The
that's
pictorial's
just-
nice.
It's nice, you
The
know.
baseball one's nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's nothing, the
Sounds-
first half of the portfolio is fairly weak, and the second
We
half
like-
is really strong.
We like the two
The 2
The two
stories.
stories a lot,
lagging
yeah.
stories.
Yeah.
Okay, so, all right, so we just cut this
Portfolio
part
in half.
So you
Keep it
keep
in.
that in mind when making the
Yes,
decision.
it gets
Do you want
placed.
to keep it in?
I'm keeping it in still.
Okay.
I think we should look at all
Uh-huh.
6, kind of, unless there's one that you're like, no, bad idea, I should have.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I thought this is the weakest one.
I agree.
This is the weakest one, I mean,
Some really strong images.
Some really
Some of
Strong.
the strong edit, maybe needed a tighter edit.
yeah.
And the
And variety,
black-
too.
I thought the black farmer edit was even weaker than it was in the.
Oh, and
Yeah.
I liked it better,
submission?
Yeah. It was in.
Yeah, because they're sitting in the chair, and there's just a lot of solo shots and,
Yeah.
and vehicles.
In or out?
Out for me.
I could go out.
3 outs.
Okay, let's go back and look.
No, I think we have one more.
We do?
Two-
Maybe
A
2
couple more.
2 more, okay.
I think we talked about this already.
This
Then we
one's
talked
still
about
in
it.
for me.
This one's
Mhm.
still in.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about that one already.
Oh, we-
Yeah, this one's still in.
Oh, I must have started at a weird place.
This
Sorry.
one, yeah, we haven't talked about this one yet.
Okay.
I don't think we
Yes.
talked about this one.
Oh, yeah, we
It's
did.
in
We did.
for me.
We
Oh,
did?
yeah,
It was
yeah,
in-
this
Okay.
one's super strong.
Huh.
So.
Well, no, we've talked about all of them. Now
Okay.
we're looking
Okay.
at our,
We're down to 5, so we need to
Yeah.
Right,
lose one more.
that's what we.
or if there's one that
That's
we
high
feel
priority.
really
Yes.
strongly about.
Okay, we need to celebrate the top 4 instead of being negative.
And Linda just whispered in my ear that we could do 2 honorable mentions.
I did not.
I thought I heard that in Chinese. Linda, I thought I heard that in Chinese. When do you start speaking Chinese?
Echad, 1.
Okay, could you just go through the grids, all 5 real
Please.
quick?
That was for you.
I tried.
My personal opinion, that gets honorable mention or,
This one,
yeah.
I agree. I mean, if you don't like half the portfolio,
Yeah. Unless something kicks it out.
unless there's another one that we feel like we don't like half of the pictures in it.
Either.
Not that we don't like half the pictures, it's just not as strong as I
It's not
feel
as
like,
strong.
there's as complete of a portfolio.
This is
Yeah, at
pretty
this
strong.
point, they're all good.
Yeah,
They're all very strong.
Yeah, okay, I think this portfolio is better than the last one.
Yep.
I agree.
Okay.
Then, which is the last one, the one with the
The-
2 black and white
yes,
stories?
yeah.
yeah,
Definitely.
okay.
Alright, let's go to the next one. There's one more, isn't, yeah, this one.
There's one more after this too.
I think this is stronger than the black and white.
You think?
I do.
don't
I think this second story is not as strong
I agree.
Yeah,
as some of the other Ukraine coverage we have still in.
yeah.
And it's all
agree.
Ukraine.
Can you go back up again?
Whereas, if we're going for photographer of the year, I like the idea of
Have a little
Having
diversity.
gone-
from
Someplace
different
else.
places.
Or if he did Ukraine from different perspectives.
Unless they're a Ukrainian photographer and that's where they are. So I
Right.
guess we should keep that in mind too.
Yeah,
Yeah, if they're in Ukraine, they're probably not traveling around right now.
okay. Okay, so out of the 3 we've seen so far, then I think this is my
I think
3rd.
there's one more.
Yeah,
too.
Yeah,
that's-
so I'm just kind of trying to rank them. This is above, this is in the top 4 for sure.
Yeah.
I think this is
This-
my top 2.
Yeah, it's in the top 3 for me, at
So
least.
I wouldn't have a problem taking out the 2 black and white, half the one that. only has the
We
two
have to lose
Then
one
we-
still.
yes,
that's
what
what
we're
we're
trying to
trying
do.
So we
oh.
either, I think we either lose the one with the black and white, which pains me because I love both the black and white stories.
I mean,
And-
we did honor the shooting range, which is a really strong
Yeah.
story,
Yeah.
and that's.
And then we never got to see the Lincoln one, and we might have given that
Yeah.
an award.
But
But yeah, but the white, like if the White Sands story was removed, I
So
probably would
strong.
award it, because because then it'd be a bigger percentage of greatness, but,
Right.
but
Yeah.
even I wish the singles would have been stronger.
Yeah.
I would vote to knock this one
yeah,
out.
I think this one's gonna be the
Knock.
Knock.
out.
Knock on
Out.
wood. I would have taken some pictures of that white sand, made it the best one, made
Yeah,
it a
maybe
single.
a single.
Yeah,
Alright, so, okay guys, so,
I like the bottom one.
I think we're close.
I think we're really close.
I think I like the bottom one as one of my top 2.
can you open that one up?
Mhm.
the rhino story.
Yeah, the Rhino story is nice and tight
The
now.
Ukraine is
The
in there.
Ukraine is beautiful,
Uh-huh,
all encompassing,
and then you have,
and the fentanyl.
Oh, the
which is
fentanyl,
really
yeah,
you
this,
sold me,
yeah.
you sold me.
Yeah, this is
This
my
might be
number
my.
one.
This is
might
my
be
number one.
Yeah,
Everybody's number one?
yes,
My number one.
Then
Unanimous.
Black Jesus
Yes.
all right.
and Moses.
And then Cassidy, you can pick whichever one you want to show us.
No, we'll just go top down.
Okay,
So do you think this is the second one?
maybe. I want to just refresh my
I'm
memory.
just asking. You do have a variety of imagery.
Which again, after I said it, I don't want to discount it in case the photographer is Ukrainian and that's where
Right.
they are for the year.
I have a quick technical question that you guys might not know, because I don't know. Why is the one story a different image, like different ratio? Is it
Which
shot
one?
with a different camera?
Could have been, she might have shot it instead of, well, instead of full frame 4x3.
Do you know what's
Uh-huh.
interesting is that even the title slide for the Afghanistan story is
Yes,
in a
different.
different size
Different
than the other.
size.
Okay, that's neither here nor there. Sorry to throw you guys off.
You messing with my mind, man. I
I
grew up
might-
with this
I
tag.
like this one.
I
I
might
like
like, I
this
think
tag
I
a
like
lot.
this for second. Was it?
I do too.
Oh, but
Yeah.
the still life.
Still
I
life-
mean,
the
it's
still life's not-
different.
yeah,
I wish there were
this-
fewer of
Yeah,
them.
it's not like the photos are bad.
No.
It's just a little,
Repetitive.
Yeah, I got the idea by
It is
framing
But
it.
it's a
refreshing to see
Yeah.
It's a different
something that's
concept.
not blood and
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
sick bodies and which this
Yeah,
person
and
also has a
that for
lot
better
of
for
that.
worse story is really nice, and it's
Yeah.
like it
Yeah.
is one of the few Ukraine stories that we've seen that is
It's
actually
hopeful.
intimate storytelling and upbeat, yes, and you get into someone's daily life.
Second?
That's second for me.
Second for me.
Yes.
Second.
Yep.
All right, so that leaves us with,
The all Ukraine and the
What was the fourth one?
multi-location. The
This
other
is-
one is the one with the Taliban, Afghanistan, and cocaine, and
Okay.
Ukraine.
I think this is my honorable.
I think so too.
you know what? I agree too.
I feel like some of these last story is
Needed
not
to
as
be-
strong
Mm-hmm.
as a lot of other Ukraine photography. This medical story can be edited a little bit.
A lot
It's,
tighter.
it's really a nice look at that
Thank
one
you.
segment of doctors and, you know, where you
Yep.
see the treatment, but it could be a lot tighter.
And plus, I don't see the relationship between doctor and patient.
Right, it's surgery.
You understand?
Yeah,
Mhm.
you don't have to convince me.
Yeah.
I agree.
sorry.
I
I
agree.
think this is HM.
That's honorable
That's
mention.
HM, yeah.
Honorable mention.
Okay.
The other
And the
one
top
is
one is third.
third.
Alright.
Okay, unreal, but
We did something wrong?
you finished.
All right.
And I would like to applaud
Here's the,
I'm applauding too.
my judges. I would
And our
like-
volunteers.
Volunteers.
I'm gonna go to the judges.
Cassidy
High five,
is
high five.
the Iron Woman.
Yeah,
Right here.
stayed for the whole 2 days.
You know what, although.
Do you want to read some more captions, Cassidy, just for fun?
We never got introduced.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hello, hi, I'm Giovanni.
Hey,
Hi.
Giovanni, nice to meet you.
Giovanni.
What year are you?
I'm a fourth year
Journalism?
journalism student, yes.
Very cool. Where are you from?
Here, actually.
Nice,
Nice.
nice.
From Athens?
This room?
Not Athens.
Where did you
but
grow up?
I grew up in Atlanta.
Atlanta.
I,
All right.
I live in
Yeah.
Atlanta.
So nearby.
Nice.
I traveled an hour to get here.
All right. Thank you for that.
Today?
By
It only
bus.
took you an hour, it took us 3 hours to get from the airport. We want to go back with you.
I drive
What
very
time?
fast.
It was like 2 o'clock
Oh.
on Friday.
On Friday.
For those of you who
Yes,
watched.
thank you so much.
I hope
Okay.
you got to learn and you will grow in your own photography pursuits. And
We need you.
Yes.
See you next year.
Lot
More
of really
importantly,
great
we
work.
need you.
Yeah.
And hopefully, one day my child will be judging your pictures on.
There you go.
yeah, don't everybody who entered whether it was shown up here or not, we need the visual journalists to show everyday life, no matter where it is, whether it's a high school dance or it's a Ukraine war. We need documentation. So keep doing it. Thank you for being a part of this. And that's a wrap.
I think it's Miller time.
Yeah, all right.
It's never
Thank you
Miller
guys,
time.
it was great to get
Thank
to
you,
hear.
Cassie.
Well,
Yeah.
not Miller,
Okay.
but martini time.
You're being fed,
Jesus,
Carl,
what
huh?
did you say?
I am being